Shalom, shalom, everyone. Shalom, everyone. Shalom, Malak. Shalom, Salome Vega. Even Lex. Shalom, Lex. Yeah, tonight we're gonna finally drop that lesson I was supposed to drop like 3 days ago, but ended up turning into a FOPI discussion for some strange reason. You had a couple of FOPI cheerleaders over here last time we were on. But tonight, yeah, we will be discussing, does, religion use the Bible to justify their wickedness, right? So tonight we're going to be discussing about a little bit about the Catholic Church and also about Orthodox Jews, and we're going to basically be discussing about how they use pedophilia and sexual acts to their benefit, as they would say, because the Bible does not protect the children when it comes to molestation and pedophilia. And we're going to discuss that today, and also about rape, because I know another brother made a comment I believe like 2, 3 videos ago, who wanted me to get into a little bit more detail about does the Bible justify rape and stuff like that. And we're going to probably discuss a few other things about how the Christians use the Bible to their advantage, even against the natives of this land, right? So we'll probably get into that discussion today, right? Shalom, Brother Rudy. Shalom. Lex is funny. He says, no, their wickedness is justified by the Bible. Um, I don't know because the Bible came first, so it will be the other way around. And this is why I'm dropping the what I'm saying. What I'm saying is because these people are doing these wicked acts and they're using the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't defend them. It doesn't defend the children. And also, I'm going to expose Dawad and them about a point they made a couple of lives ago about this pedophilia act, and I think it was pretty weak argument that they came up with. But we're going to get to all that. But first, we're probably going to start off with a video, right? Um, we'll start off with this video first. We're going to start. I got my copyright up and ready to go.
Go where?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Let me see. I gotta share my screen. We're gonna start off tonight watching a few 2 little short videos and reading some articles about this topic, right? And I feel sorry for any of you guys out there who are out there New Year's Eve, about to probably do a little party or something. Go to your little parties and celebrate Christmas. Repent. You know what I'm saying? I know that's probably what a lot of brothers are secretly probably doing tonight. And of course, nothing will be hidden. Let me see. Where's the video? Yeah, here it is. All right. All right. Well, first, we're going to start off tonight. Let me get all this so we can see the video. We're going to start off tonight. We're talking about these nasty Jewish rabbis, right?
Can you save some for me?
Yeah, Mama.
No, you.
Right. So we're going to start off with this video, right? We're going to find out the nasty stuff that the Jewish community and the Catholic community be doing, and it's pretty disgusting, right?
Disturbing allegations are surfacing in a very unexpected place. A man who is supposed to bring joy and holiness to the Jewish ritual of circumcision is now accused of something unthinkable. Spread disease to innocent babies. News 12's Tara Rosenblum joins us now with her special report, Cradle of Secrets.
It's a topic that not many people want to talk about, but an unlikely whistleblower, a young Orthodox Jewish woman, is now speaking out, claiming a local rabbi is infecting babies, making them sick. And what's worse, she says no one is doing anything to stop him. For centuries, when a Jewish baby boy is born, the ancient ritual of circumcision is performed. But in some ultra-Orthodox communities, religious leaders, known as moyals, also engage in something controversial during the bris. In a practice known as Metzitza Bepeh, or just MBP, the moil actually uses his mouth to suck the blood from the infant's penis after he cuts off the foreskin.
Like I said, don't mind because I have to put the copyright on just in case. So just bear with me. Every few minutes, I have to put the copyright up. Oh no, not that. Oh, wrong one. That's the article.
Meant to prevent infection and serve as a celebration of life. News 12 has learned the little known practice has turned into a curse for life for some babies involved in our area. And it's all because of a local rabbi who's alleged to have a sexually transmitted disease.
The rabbis are going to take care of it. They won't let him get away with it.
According to these documents we obtained from the state health department, Rabbi Fischer of Muncie has been tied to at least 3 herpes infections in babies, one of whom died back in 2004. Shortly after the tragic death, Rabbi Fischer was forbidden from practicing NBP in New York. But despite this state issued ban, one concerned mother tells us the infected moil is still placing innocent lives at risk.
They should be arresting Rabbi Fisher. He should be in jail for murder, for homicide, for infanticide.
This outraged parent will call Rena, who asked us to disguise her face and voice, claims she can prove Rabbi Fisher is still practicing MVP. She says she very recently secretly recorded a phone conversation with him in which she requested the rabbi to perform the controversial service.
There's nothing to worry about. There's nothing to worry about. I can only do interruptions, It's perfectly okay.
But at one point during the call, Rena questions the safety of oral suction and references the recently reported death of a baby in New York City just last September.
The baby passed away on Rosh Hashanah. It took them 5 months for the health department to convince the medical examiner to add the word oral suction to record the death.
You see that, people? Oral death was the cause of this one baby's death from this circumcision, which we're about to read an article about that. We're probably going to get into that article. Shalom, Malak. How you doing, brother?
Shalom, my brother. Shalom. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, so as you guys are seeing in this video, right? So we have this rabbi that's going around causing children and spreading herpes from this oral suction. Now we've been talking about this before about these Jews and how sick they are. So like throughout the years, I've done my research on these things, right? I've seen videos of rabbis basically bragging about these circumcisions that they do. I seen a video of a rabbi bragging about how he's performed over 500 circumcisions, basically having 500 baby dicks in his mouth, right? Now we all know that the law states this, right? Let me share the screen. Right, the law states this, right? This is Leviticus 17 and 14. It says, "For the life of all flesh is in its blood. So I have said to the Israelites, you must not eat the blood of any living thing, because the life of every living thing is its blood. All who eat it will be cut off." Right? So, Malak, let me ask you this. What do you think is going on when these rabbis are sucking the blood of the circumcision?
Yeah, brother. You're absolutely right. They are breaking the Torah. Understand? Because they are applying. They are actually consuming blood, which the Most High say not to do.
Exactly, and that's clearly in the Torah, right? In the book of Leviticus, right? You should not eat the blood. So if you're sucking on blood continuously, because it's not like they're just like No, they have to continuously to suck on the blood until the bleeding stops, and they claim that the reason why they do that, give the oral circumcision, is for hygienic reasons, basically to not so it won't get infected. Right, that's their excuse for it. But as we see, there's been many cases of rabbis who have had infections, especially herpes, and spreading these herpes to these children. And there's plenty of videos when you do your research of many outbreaks of this. But what this video I'm showing you here is, even though this one rabbi was caught, right, doing so, right, I believe at this point it was like he already affected 3 or 4 children, right? Now this reporter is going to secretly call him and try to have him do another oral circumcision, which he was banned. But he says that, yeah, even though I'm banned in this state, I can still perform it over here. Even though this guy knowingly knows he has herpes, but still, and it has been suspended by the Jewish community from doing that, but yet is still allowed to do it in other states and stuff like that, spreading the herpes. And it's going to be a very sad and sick story, right? So let me get back to that video real quick. But shalom, brother. Rafa, shalom, brother. Glad you brothers are tuning in instead of people out here secretly going to Christmas parties, office parties, and whatever they're doing today.
Americans did not want to do it. But I would say to fix it up, it was enough to make the issue.
Were you shocked when Rabbi Fischer told you that?
Shocked is an understatement. It's unbelievable that this goes on, and this man is maiming and killing children, babies.
Yet we found no shortage of Hasidic Jews in Muncie willing to defend the rabbi
Everybody knows he's an honest person.
and his actions.
We used him and his son in the past, and we've been very happy with him.
Traditionally, it's the right thing to do, and we think he's a good person and he's doing it right.
This is part of our law, what we have to do.
Not so, says Rabbi Yehoshua Krohn.
It makes me cringe.
The fifth-generation Moyle lives just minutes away from Rabbi Fischer, who practices MBP in a very different way.
Judaism mandates that we do this mitzvah, this commandment, but in a way that is na'im, which is sweet, meaning that there is no hurt. The point is that there is no harm to the child. In religious circles where they want the metzitza b'peh, we use only the tube. And for those that want it over and beyond the tube, we'll call someone who will do it that way for them.
But you never know when that someone else could have a sexually transmitted disease. Just last month, yet another baby got infected with herpes after undergoing MBP in Orange County. Now, Rena is on a mission to spread awareness about the dangers of oral suction, something her own son went through without her even knowing.
After the circumcision takes place, I'm handed the baby, but I have no idea what happened there. It's like being in surgery. You're not there. There when the baby has surgery. I was shocked. I couldn't get over it. I told my husband, we allowed this to happen? He said, nobody asked. This is just how things are done. So I want the Department of Health telling people this is what takes place. You can do it if you want, but know the facts. Know that you're putting your baby at risk.
Now, Rockland County's Health Commissioner, Dr. Joan Fussell, refused to speak with us on camera about any of that, but she did tell us that they've agreed to start handing out this informational pamphlet called Before the Bris, How to Protect Your Baby Against Infections. These brochures will be handed out to all parents of newborn boys here in Rockland County. As for Rabbi Fischer, who we repeatedly tried but were unable to reach. The health department told us he should not be performing MBP anywhere in the state. But because the victims' families refused to press charges against him, it appears their hands are tied when it comes to enforcing the ban, meaning Rabbi Fischer's.
Now that's pretty sad. Do you hear what you just said? It said that um that the parents, the victims, basically refused to report that rabbi, right? Basically to press charges. Now, what parent would do that? This right here shows you how powerful communities and religious communities are, folks. Imagine that. Okay? Somebody gives your baby a sexual transmitted disease that could have killed your baby, right? But you don't report it to the police? Why? It shows you the power of the Jewish community. It shows you the power of the Catholic community. It shows you the power of all these religious institutes, Muslims, no matter what it is, right? Then when things like this happen to your family, that these people are scared to defend their family. Now, ask yourself this, people. What kind of a father or mother would you be allowing such an act like that and to go, nothing happened? First of all, I know if something like that was to ever happen to my child, that person's a dead person, right? He's out of this world. You know what I'm saying? That's something I will go to jail for with a smile on my face for. You know what I'm saying? Now, put that aside. But you're telling me that not only they're trying to kill this rabbi, but no one re- came forward, because remember it was 3 or 4 of these babies that got infected. Not one of the 4 families made a reported them to the police. That's crazy. That's crazy. That just shows you. I'm telling you, people. This, as a matter of fact, it reminds me almost of the same thing about that cover up of that sister from that got killed over there. I believe in England, and she was in IUIC, and how they basically were trying to cover that death. People have to understand these powerful religious sects. That's what they're all about, bro. They put fear into your. Imagine the fear they must put into you for you to not to speak up for your own loved ones. And this is how people don't understand how serious it is about these religions. People have died, bro. Wars have been fought for over religion for thousands of years. You have people who have killed over religious disputes for thousands of years. You have religious nut jobs from all different sects that will easily kill for their God or for their religion or for their pastor or their leader. This is what you people don't understand how serious this, this what we're talking about is. When people send us death threats, we told you over the years how many people from all walks have threatened our lives, and people think that type of stuff is a joke. No, it's not. Over people on religious beliefs, people will do crazy things over that stuff. You see it all the time in South America and Central America. You see these people walking around with whips, right, whipping themselves in the back until they're like their skin is peeling off their back, right? Doing all crazy types of stuff. I know y'all watch these movies out here where it talks about these religious fanatics and what they actually do. You think these movies are showing you what these fanatics are doing just for the fun of it? No, they're trying to show you how serious it is and how crazy people can be over this stuff. So people have always tried to use the Bible to justify their wickedness, and this is one of the examples we're talking about tonight, because there is no law to justify pedophilia, of touching of little children. And I'm going to get into some scripture and exposing a lot of this stuff. And us as people have to understand what's really going on, right? So we're done with that video real quick, right? Because we already see how messed up that is, right? So let's go get into the article about the baby they said that actually died from a case in New York, right?
If it moved on me,
all right. Let me see if I can make it bigger.
Besides that.
Okay, like that. That looks pretty big. All right, that should be big enough. And it says, baby dies of herpes in ritual circumcision by Orthodox Jews, right? By Susan Dawson James on March 9th, 2020. 2012. It says this: March 12th, 2012. New York City is investigating the death last September of a baby who contracted herpes after a ritual circumcision with oral suction in an ultra Orthodox Jewish ceremony known in Hebrew as mitzvah. In the practice that takes place during a ceremony known as a bris, a circumcision practitioner or moral removes the foreskin from the baby's penis and with his mouth sucks the blood from the incision to cleanse the wound. The district attorney's office in Kings County, Brooklyn, is investigating the death of a 2-week-old baby at Mamidia's hospital, but would not disclose the name of the mahal or whether there would be a prosecution. We are looking into it. That's all I can say, a DA source told abcnews.com. The 5,000-year-old religious practice. Hold on. 5,000. Now, Malak, is this a 5,000-year-old religious practice, sir? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Nah, you sound broken up. Oh, it's probably because your headphones. Oh. Yeah, but we all know that. No, folks, this is not no damn 5,000-year-old tradition of sucking baby dicks. All right, people, sucking baby dicks is not a 5,000-year-old Jewish tradition. Okay, people, that's nowhere in the Torah, nowhere in the prophets. You know what I'm saying? So, and again, it's not even according to the Talmud. You know. All right.
Mom, give me my shirt.
All right. All right. So it says the 5,000-year-old religious practice. I don't know. For some reason, I don't look big enough. Right? Let me make it bigger.
Can you hear me now, Vic?
5,000-year-old. Yeah, I can hear you a lot better now.
All right.
Yeah, it says the 5,000-year-old religious practice and seen primarily in ultra Orthodox and some Orthodox communities and has caused an alarming among city health officials. In 2003 and 2004, 3 babies, including a set of twins, were infected with a type 1 herpes. The case were linked to circumcision and 1 body died. The Mahel who performed the procedure, Rabbi Fischer, was later banned from doing circumcisions, according to the New York Times. It is known that if he was involved in this recent death, it is certainly not something any of us recommend in the modern infection control era, said Dr. William Scuffer, chair of preventive medicine at Vanderbilt University. This is a ritual of historic Abrahamic that's come down through the ages, and now it has met modern science, he said. It was never a good idea, and there is a better way to do this. The modern Jewish community uses a sterile aspiration device to cleanse the wound in a circumcision. In 2004, death, the more recent one, a morel, infected the penile wound with a type 1 herpes, HSV1, which affects the mouth and throat. It is different from type 2 or genital herpes, HSV2, which is a sexually transmitted disease and can cause deadly infections when a newborn passes through an infected birth canal. Neonatal herpes is always is amongst always a fatal infection, according to Scoffner. It's a bad virus. Infants have no immunity, and so it is a very serious illness. Now we have another death, an unnecessary, incredible, tragic death. Infections are rare, according to a 2009 study in the New England Journal of Medicine, affecting only one infant in 3,200 births. But it is a serious infection with a fatal rate of about 64%, even with antiviral treatment, and fewer than 20% of those who survive develop normally. Scoffner was a medical consultant in 2004 of deaths of the twin when a city and state official butted heads with religious leaders who defended their freedom to continue their traditional practice. You see that, people, right there? We have these Orthodox Jews trying to use the Torah to justify this heinous act, which again, nowhere in Torah does it say talk about sucking baby dicks. People, I know. I say it to make a little joke about it, but you know what I'm saying. But we all know it's a serious matter. It's a very serious matter because you have children right here dying from this disease, getting infected to even to the point where it's not just herpes one, but even herpes two, which is even a more serious one that actually causes death. But yet, here's an article of you just read it, right? That the city leaders and the religious leaders are having are basically beefing about this. Again, people showing you the pull that religious people have in their own states. Hey, if you have a church with thousands and thousands, 100,000s of members and stuff like that, and you want to suck on baby dicks and try to use the Bible to justify it, hey, you can do so. Just like what is it? Who those people? Not the Mormons. Is it the Mormons? Yeah, the Mormons, right? The ones that live over there in Kansas that be marrying. You have old men who are marrying 14, 13-year-old girls, right? And they've been doing that for hundreds of years.
Yeah, I know that. You just said I didn't know that was the Mormons was marrying 14-year-old girls. I
Yeah,
didn't know
hold on.
that.
Matter of fact, let's go. I bet you I can find a video about it right now. Watch. Hold on. But
Yeah, another thing, Jose Vega, as you know in the scripture, man, that covenant, it don't state nothing about putting penis babies in your mouth and sucking out the blood. I got it right here. If you ever want me to read it, all right.
go ahead, bro. Bring it out.
All right. It's Genesis chapter 17 and verse 10. It says, "This is my covenant which you shall guard between me and you." This is the heavenly Father, um, right, telling Abraham. And it said, "Your seed after you, every male child among you is to be circumcised." Verse 11 says, "And you shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall become a sign for the covenant between me and you." Verse 12, and a son of the 8 days is circumcised by you, every male child in your generation, he who is born of your house or bought with silver from any foreigners who is not of your seed. So I just wanted to show you that, man. Bring it out. They don't say nothing about consuming the child's penis.
Exactly. Um,
Hey yo, hey Vega, one of the brothers on the chat say Merry Christmas to you.
yeah, brother. We don't celebrate Christmas, brother. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, Yeshaya. Exactly. There is no that's the whole point. There is no verse that they use. That's the whole point. They just tell people that that's just a Jewish tradition. And of course, if you're going to city officials who don't read their Bibles, they don't know that. All they know is that they're arguing with who they claim the people of the book are, the Jewish people, about their Jewish laws, which they feel that they're protected by the Constitution. You know what I'm saying? So if you have that Jewish, that's what I'm saying. People are using the Bible for their wickedness. That's what this basically is about. But I don't know right now. I can't really find anything about the Mormons. I'm trying to remember. It's right. It's the Mormons. Those are the ones that they be riding around in horses and stuff, right?
Nah, that's not the Mormons, brother. I think you're talking about
You know, they dress like pilgrims and shit. You know what I'm
this.
talking about?
Yeah, I know, but it's Amish. The Amish.
Amish, right? Is the
The
Amish? Okay,
Amish.
okay, okay. Yes, they marry. Okay, they use the Bible, and yet they marry young women at young ages, like 13, 14 years old. Yes, hold on. You're right. It is the Amish. I said Mormon. My fault. Yeah, you're right. It was the Amish. It is the Amish, right? Something like that. Okay, let me see. Let me see if I can pull something out from that.
Hey, figure the brother was saying he was just joking about
Yeah,
the
I
Merry
know. I
Christmas.
know you. I know you. He knows what kind of channel this is. Um,
I think we should put them on.
yeah, I really can't find anything right now. Yeah, I wasn't really thinking about them right now, but I'll get into the other video though about oh, what is this? No, I don't need that.
Put that. These were-
Right. So in this video here, right, Archbishop, this is how sick the Catholic Church is, right? Because we're about to watch a video now of a Catholic church, right? This guy's going to ask this Catholic priest if he knew that it was illegal to have sex or molest children, and you're going to hear what this Catholic priest says. He's basically going to say no. He was unaware that it was against the law to touch children. Why? Bro, I'm about to read you an article. There's just one article. It's going to be sickening of one Catholic church in one country. How many sexual abuse cases is going to blow your people's minds, bro? Right? How many people have been affected by the Catholic Church? It's going to be sickening. Right? Let me share the video. Listen very closely what they asked this at Archbishop, right?
Turn off those lights. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You knew it was a crime for an adult to engage in sex with a kid.
I'm not sure whether I knew it was a crime or not. I understand today it's a crime.
When did you first discern that it was a crime for an adult to engage in sex with a kid?
I don't remember.
When did you first discern that it was a crime for a priest to engage in sex with a kid who he had under his control?
I don't remember that either.
Do you have any doubt in your mind that you knew that in the 70s?
I don't remember if I did or didn't.
In 1984, you are a bishop in the auxiliary bishop in the Archdiocese of St. Paul in Minneapolis. You knew it was a crime then, right?
I'm not sure if I did or didn't.
I'm directing your attention to page 55, Archbishop.
So we all just heard what he just said. I'm gonna play it for you guys again. Kept asking him, did he know it was a crime to basically have sex with little children? And everybody keeps hearing his answer. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. You know why they're saying this? Because the Catholic Church, again, people, if you want to be a pedophile, if you want to rape little babies, if you want to suck on baby dicks, all you have to do is become an Orthodox Jew or just become a Catholic, and you get immune to all this. But yet you see people in jail today, right, going to jail for pedophilia acts. Why aren't these people going to jail for pedophilia acts? This right here shows you the pull and the strength of these religious holds, like the Catholic Church, like the Jewish community, like the Amish, and all these people who blatantly break laws every single day, even according to the laws of God, but yet nothing's happening. I'm very sure after this video, this priest probably fondled 50 more kids from this year. I'm very sure this thing was taken back in like 5 to 7 years ago or something like that. I'm very sure from that point on, I'm very sure there's been more kids that he's been fondling. Why wouldn't he? There's nothing stopping him.
Hey Vega, what would you think is their justification to be doing these acts with these kids, man? You know, like, what do they get that from? You know, do they believe they get that from the Bible?
I believe that they use it to justify their wicked acts. Meaning, since they can't find those type of laws in the Bible, they basically feel like, oh well, hey, we can do it. That's the whole point, because that's what we're going to get into in a little bit when we start getting into the scriptures. I'm gonna pull out like 3 or 4 scriptures in a little bit, and we're going to show the rules of war and what the Bible actually says about this matter, about young girls and stuff like that. You know. So basically, these guys are basically using the Bible to justify their wicked acts. Basically, they can't find a law stating the Most High damning these type of acts. So therefore, they're just blatantly doing it. And then look, when they're being questioned about it, all they gotta do is say, "Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know that." You know why he's saying, "I don't know that," right? Because he can't. He knows in his heart, he's like, "Well, you know what? There's no law against it." In his mind, that's his justification. But since he lives in society where that's of course frowned upon, he can't blatantly say these things. That's why he says what he says, right? Hear him again.
Archbishop, you knew it was a crime for an adult to engage in sex with a kid.
I'm not sure whether I knew it was a crime or not. I understand today it's a crime.
When did you?
Do you understand that, people, right there, what he just said right there? The guy just asked him, did you not know it was a crime to basically bend over a boy and plow him? And this guy just actually just said, well, no, I didn't know at the time that. Really, bro? So you're telling me, as a holy man, you didn't think that it's a right act for a grown man to bend over a little boy and plow him? You didn't know if that was against the law or not? He's not even asking about the book. He's just talking about the laws of man. But yet, he can't distinguish from this? Okay, this is craziness, bro.
First discern that it was a crime for an adult to engage in sex with a kid?
I don't remember.
When did you first discern that it was a crime for a priest to engage in sex with a kid who he had under his control?
I don't remember that either.
Hey Vega, don't forget to put the disclaimer, all right, brother?
Do you have any doubt in your mind that you knew that in the 70s?
I don't remember if I did or didn't.
Okay, so we see clearly this guy is acting freaking dumb, right? Acting dumb. But we all know the deal. What these priests do, right? Let's go read an article, right? Let's go read an article.
Hey Vega, don't forget to put the disclaimer too, my brother, all right?
Yeah. Well, I'm not watching. I'm not showing the video anymore.
All right,
I'm just
all right.
doing. Yeah. I just those are the only two videos I was gonna show. They were like a few minutes long. That one I only showed like not even a minute. We should be good. Um. Okay, where am I at now? Oh yeah, here we are. Right. This is, says about 333,000 children were abused within France's Catholic Church. A report finds. All right, October 5th, 2021. So just came out a few months ago, right? Do you see how many victims, brothers and sisters? And this is just in Paris. This church in Paris. Let's read it, right? Hold on. Oh man. Uh, it says Paris. An estimated 330,000 children were victims of sex abuse within France's Catholic Church over the past 70 years, according to reports released Tuesday that represented the country's first major account of the worldwide phenomenon. The figure includes abuse committed by some 3,000 priests. Woo! So let me get this straight. So we have victims of up to 330,000 in this one church, right? In Paris, right? Through the Catholic Church in Paris, with over 3,000 priests, people. 3,000. I told you, if you want to be a pedophile, if you like to bend over little boys and stuff like that, become a Catholic priest. Join Orthodox Jews. And this is why I really have a problem with brothers in these group chats that be trying to preach this Judaism to me. And I keep telling you, man, y'all get that wickedness away from me, bro. I ain't here trying to suck on baby dicks like y'all, because I know that's what a lot of them ascribe to. They're only trying to be these Jews just so they can suck on some baby dicks, bro. That's the only reason. Same thing with these pedophiles. Like I'm telling you, if these pedophiles that are in jail, their best bet to continue their ways is to repent, become a Catholic priest, and continue fondling little boys and little girls like they like to do, and they'll be justified with it. All the Catholic Church will do is, hey, if you get caught, we'll just send you to another monastery, probably in another country, and you can just continuously do it somewhere else, where another country don't know who the hell you are. Oh, Senor Pablo, he's been part of the church for 47 years. He got caught with 20 cases of pedophilia. What can we do with that? Well, let's send him to another country, and Senor Pablo can just retire there. That's what they do. They just shuffle these priests around to different countries, different monasteries, just so they can continue doing what they do. It's a sex ring.
A Vega it's not like certain countries of Islam, they marry young kids too, man. I was looking at that not too long ago. It's crazy, man.
Exactly. Even in some African cultures too, they marry children young ages and stuff like that. You know. Let me see. Where was I at? Let me see if I can make this article a little bit bigger because it looks kind of small. There we go. Okay, so I was right here. It says Paris, an estimated 330,000 children were victims of sexual abuse within France's Catholic Church over the past 70 years, according to a report released Tuesday that represents the country's first major accounting of the worldwide phenomenon. The figure includes abuse committed by some 3,000 priests and other people involved in the church. Wrongdoing that Catholic authorities covered up over decades in a systematic manner. My fault. A systemic manner, according to the president of the commission that issued the report, Juan Marc Suave. The head of the French Bishops' Conference asked for forgiveness from the victims, about 80% of whom were boys, according to the report. The bishops are meeting Tuesday to discuss next steps. Do you see this? The bishops are meeting to discuss about their next steps. All that is right there, people, is we've been getting caught a lot. What should we do to prevent this? That's all that meeting was about. I guarantee. I guarantee you that's what the meeting was about. This is crazy. Over 3,000 of our priests have been getting caught. Let's have a meeting and talk about what should we do about this. Not a damn one of them got freaking put out the damn church. I'll tell you that much. So let me guess. Their meeting was about how are we going to punish them. I know. Let's just go to them and just tell them, hey man, stop fucking little boys.
They probably was like, hey, priest Richard, slow down. You got freaking like 10,000 on the one kid. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, I'm telling you, bro. Yo, for real, for real, 3,000, right? 3,000 priests, right? And supposed to be over 330,000 victims. So imagine those priests. There's more people. There's more victims than the priests that were doing the fondling. So what does that mean? That these priests they weren't just molesting just one or two children. They were probably molesting hundreds of children just to get up to that number. Just think about it. The numbers don't even add up. So it wasn't just one or two. They weren't just fucking Billy and Susie one day, you know, saying that. No. These pastors being a pastor for 30 years, God knows. Like I said, those Orthodox Jews. I show you a video of one of those rabbis bragging about doing 500 circumcisions. The dude is bragging about having 500 baby dicks in his mouth, people.
And that's the ones who reported them, right? That's the ones who reported them. Just imagine, the ones they molest, them the ones, I'm talking about the Catholic priests. The ones they molest is the ones they got reported. Just imagine the people that didn't report it, right?
Exactly. And the priests who didn't get caught. You know what I'm saying? And this is what we keep telling you, man. These religions are a sex ring, or and it's clearly what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, right? Let me get back to what it says.
Hey, Vega, you seen what the sister Dora put on there?
Peace, Jose and Malak. It says pedophiles is all throughout the Bible. It's all throughout the Bible, though. Look at Abraham and Sarah. There are others too. I don't condone pedophilia. The Bible promoted it. In a sense, the sister is kind of right, and this is what we're going to actually talk about also when we start getting into Scripture. She has a point. Back to the thing. It says the head of the French Bishops' Conference asked for forgiveness from the victims, about 80% of them who were boys. According to the report, the bishops are meeting Tuesday to discuss the next steps. The independent commission, you know why it's independent, right, people? Exactly. Basically, you know when people complain about policing themselves, this is basically what's going on. Catholics, saying policing Catholics. It says independent commissions urge the church to take strong actions, denouncing faults and silence. It also called on the Catholic Church to help compensate the victims, notably in cases that are too old to prosecute via the courts. The consequences are very serious, Suave said. About 60% of men and women who were sexually abused encountered major problems in their emotional or sexual life. We consider the church has a debt towards victims, he added. We could just end it right there, right? We don't have to read the whole thing. We're getting the gist of what's going on here, right? But now let's talk about certain scriptures that talk about stuff like this, right? Sure. So we all can read together. You about to leave, babe?
I need a therapy. It's better if you leave it in the pots. They're warm.
The what?
can serve it. It's better if we leave it in the pot because it's warm. The rice would be warm.
Yes. All right. We're gonna start at the rules of war, right? We're gonna go to Numbers 31. And we're gonna read from verse 9 down, right? This is Numbers 31 and 9. It says, the Israelites took the women of Midian captives along with their little ones, and took all their herds, all their flocks, and all their goods as plunder. They buried all their towns where they lived and all their encampments. They took all the plunder of the spoils, both people and animals. They brought the captives and the spoils and the plunder to Moses, to Eleazar the priest, and to the Israelite community to camp in the plains of Moab along the Jordan River across from Jericho. I'm going to skip down to verse 16 and look what it reads right here, verse 15. It says, Moses said to them, have you allowed all the women to live? Verse 16. Look, these people, through the counsel of Balaam, caused the Israelites to act treacherously against the Lord in the matter of Peor, which resulted in the plague among the community of the Lord. Now, therefore, kill every boy and kill every woman who has had sexual intercourse with a man. But all the young women who have not had sexual intercourse with a man will be yours. Now, I know a lot of people are going to get a little upset about what I'm about to talk about. But right here, people, in the rules of war is a specific act that tells you that you are to take young girls who have not known a man. Because it just said that you're supposed to kill, right? Every boy. Remember, it says boy, meaning children, people, babies, okay? And then it says, and kill every woman who has had sexual intercourse with a man. But all the young women. Now, I know you people are saying, well, it says women there. What's about young women? It could be a woman that's like 20 or 19. Let's find out, right? Let's go into the Hebrew and let's find out if that's what it means, right? So let's go into the tools. And as you see, what it says right here, right? Under the English, right? It says, but all, look what it says here, people. The girls, man. Right? So let's go into the Hebrew word, which is
Strong's H 2945. Taf. Taf.
Okay, Taf, right? H2945. And let's go into it and let's find out what it is, people. Under the KJV translation, means little ones, 20 times used. It's also used as children, 12 times. Under outline biblical usage, children, little ones. Under the Hebrew Strongs, perhaps referring to the tripping gait of children, a family mostly used collectively in a singular, little children, one's family. So again, who, and again, I know this is, I know. And this, like I said, this is gonna rub a lot of people the wrong way, but it is what it is. Was a Torah law according to Numbers 31, and this is why I tell people to learn the rules of the engagements of war, because according to the rules of war, you are allowed to take the little ones, right? Hold on, let's go keep reading. Let me get back to it.
Hi, Daddy.
Hey, Rama. Okay, see you in a little bit. Um, let me see. This is Numbers. What was that? Numbers 31 and 18. And it says, "But all the young women who have not had sexual intercourse with a man will be yours." You see that, people? Will be yours for what, people? That's the real question. What are they going to be yours? Let's go find out. Because remember, we're talking about rules of war, right? Again, people, Deuteronomy 21 and 10. You see what I'm doing right here? I'm doing law upon law. I'm still in the book of the law. This is what precept upon precept means, people. So we just read in Numbers 31 that when you go to war, you're to kill all the males, kill any woman who has laid with a man, and keep the little ones for yourself, meaning the little girls, right? It says, when you go out to do battle with your enemies, and the Lord your God allows you to prevail and take prisoners, if you should see among them an attractive woman whom you wish to take as a wife, you may bring her back to your house. She must shave her head, trim her nails, discard the clothing she was wearing when captured, and stay in your house, laminating for her father and mother for a full month. After that, you may have sexual relations with her and become her husband and she your wife. But if you are not pleased with her, then you must let her go where she pleases. You cannot in any case sell her. You must not take advantage of her since you have already humiliated her. Damn. How do you humiliate somebody, people? And again, this is where things are going to be touchy. It says after you humiliated her. How did you humiliate her? By shaving her head bald, trimming her nails, right? Allowing her to only mourn for her mother and father for only 1 month. And after that, your captor can get it in, which is basically rape. Now, I know a lot of brothers would like to bring up, you know, uh, what's that thing? You know what I'm talking about, Malak? When you fall in love with your captor. Do you remember the name of that? What it's called? It's called it slips the top of my mind. When you basically fall in love with your captor, right? But the difference is that this is different, people. This is say only giving you a month, right? We know it takes sometimes those slave masters marrying their slave women. It took years or probably the end of their lifetime, but I'm very sure it didn't happen right away. Again, no reasonable woman would fall in love with a person, especially within a month, after that individual killed off her whole family. Mother, father, grandma, grandpa. Basically, she has no family left. It's just her. Because the Most High ordered to kill all the males, right? So you have no uncle to go to, you have no grandpa to go to, none of that stuff. Brother or older brother to go to, they were all put to death. So you basically destroyed this young woman's life, young girl's life, because remember, that's what it says in Numbers 32, 31, young girls. Because those are the ones who haven't had sex with men, especially with these other nations. And just like me and Malak were just saying earlier about the Muslims and everything like that, right? The Africans, they already have traditions, thousands of years, marrying young women. So if we know that these guys are marrying young women at ages 14, 16 years old, right? 13, whatever, and they have known a man, according to Numbers 31, that 13, 14, 15 year old girl who was already married to probably an Elamite or Ishmaelite was put to death because she already knew a man. So what else could they take with them, according to their other countries or other nations' customs? You have to grab the girls young. These are some things that people don't want to talk about. You know what I'm saying? And this is why we say a lot of these laws are outdated, or like I've been telling y'all, I've been put in here by Satan to test our spirits, to find out if if us people reading these laws will use it to justify wicked acts, right?
Yeah, brother, I would just like to state something, on that, because a lot of times, you can hear me, brother?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. Can you get Ezekiel chapter 16 for a minute, my brother, on there? Because I just don't want I see the sister Dora just trying to bash the Most High, so I just want to get this verse for at least they has a somewhat of understanding on that. Now we know that for for the time of ancient, they marry young women. A lot of people in the Middle East they still do that. You understand? But I just wanna get Ezekiel 16. If you want to, I'll read it from here or from there. It doesn't matter. It's up to you.
You gonna read from the top or?
Yeah, if you want to, you can start from verse 3, because I can't see it. Okay, from verse 3. Okay, it says, "Son of man, comfort Jerusalem with her abominable practice." Right? It says, "And say, this is what the sovereign Yahweh said to Jerusalem: Your origin and your birth was from the land of Canaanite, and your father or your fathers was an Amorite, and your mother was a Hittite. As for your birth, on the days that you were born, your umbilical cord was not cut, nor were you washed in water. You were certainly not rubbed down with salt, nor wrapped with a blanket." It says, "No eye looked pity on you, to even one of these things for you to spare you. You were thrown out into the open field because you were detested on the day you were born." So it just I want to keep on, but I just want to explain something. This is basically like a parable, or how would you say it? Um like a comparison of how Israel was, right? So it says, "I passed by you, right, and saw you kicking around helplessly in your blood. And I said to you, as you lay there in your blood, live. I say to you, as you lay there in your blood, live. I made you plentiful like a sprout in a field. You grew tall and came of age." This is the point. I want you to hear this. It says, "You grew tall and came of age so that you could wear jewelry. Your breasts have formed and your hair had grown, but you were still naked and bare." Meaning that he's giving a comparison of how Jerusalem was grow, or how as a female, right, will grow. Because this is kind of a comparison of what the Most High is saying of Jerusalem, and in a relationship with a young woman who have come of age. And it says, "Then I passed by you and watch you, and notice that you have reached the age for love." The age for love. "I spread my cloak over you and cover your nakedness. I swore a solemn oath to you and an eternal into a marriage covenant with you, declared the sovereign Yahweh, and you became mine." So a lot of brothers have to understand that a lot of things. This is why the brother Vega is bringing this up. How people try to justify their sins through religion, and he's bringing a good um subject, but a lot of people got to understand that according to the scripture and only common sense, that people should know that, you don't take a 12, 13-year old or 10, 7-year old, 5-year old to marry them. You understand? The scriptures teaches you that this woman have to be of age, and you know what I'm saying, she have to blossom, she have to become a woman. And and a lot of people misquote the scriptures. Understand? So the sister was just making a statement how like the Most High, he condoned, like pedophilia, making them like you know what I'm saying? You have to understand what the scripture when he's speaking and what he mean by that. Don't condone that. He really don't understand. But if people misunderstood it and took it the wrong way, when you read Ezekiel and it tells you that the woman have to be of the proper age. Understand? She must blossom. It was not just a little girl. You just go ahead and just do what you want to do. I mean, that's a precept. If you think I'm wrong, just address it, my brother. I'm willing to hear you.
Yeah, exactly. See, and again, brother, you're bringing out good points, and this is why we're telling. This is why I'm telling you that people can't get around what I'm bringing out right now, because you have the Yakad and them. They'll tell you, oh, the law says that you can't get married till you're 20, whatever the case may be. But remember, those laws don't count for the other nations. The other nations didn't live that way. According to the other nations, they were marrying girls at young ages. So right now, if we're reading rules of war in the Torah about when you engage with these people who marry women at young ages, then what is Torah actually saying then? When it talks about take the little girls who have not, remember it says girls there, remember people, take the young girls who have not known a man for yourselves. As what? And that's why I just right now reading you right now Deuteronomy 21 now to link it up, giving you a precept. Who is this captive? Who is this captive that you see that are amongst your captive that you lust after her and you want to take her for your wife? It's a young girl.
Come, brother, I agree with you.
You see what I'm saying, people? So let me keep reading. Hold on, let me take this thing down. Bam. Right, Deuteronomy 21:14. It says, if you are not pleased with her, then you must let her go where she pleases. And again, people, how is this just? Like I said, you just killed her whole family. She has no mother, no father, no relatives, nowhere to go. But it tells you, hey, but if you're not pleased with her, you could just let her go. Hey, but don't sell her, right? You must not take advantage of her. What do you mean you must not take advantage of her? Bro, you killed her whole family, but now you're about to let her go? Where is she going to go, people? Where is she going to go? She can't go to mommy, can't go to daddy, can't go to uncle, can't go to brother, can't go to grandma, can't go to auntie, because they were all killed off, right? Since you have already humiliated her. And again, people, how did you humiliate this woman? Verse 15, suppose a man have two wives, of whom he loves more than the other, and he bears him a son with the firstborn. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. But you see right there, verse 14, bro. Come on, man. This is clear laws in your scriptures telling you how to basically disrespect these women, right? But let's go to the next chapter, because this is what people don't understand. All this is about rape, right? The next chapter, right? Laws of morality, right? Let's get to the point, right? Matter of fact, we'll start at verse 20. It says this. There's Deuteronomy 22, verse 20. It says, But if this accusation is true and a young woman was not a virgin, the men of a city, my fault. Verse 22. It says, if a man is caught having sexual relations with a married woman, both the man who had relations with the woman and the woman herself must die. In this way, you will purge evil from Israel. So we see the first case, people, right? Man has sex with a woman who is married, which is adultery, people. This is a law. You commit adultery, both of them supposed to be put to death, right? Verse 23. If a virgin is engaged to a man, and another man meets her in the city and has sexual relations with her, you must bring the two of them to the gate of the city and stone them to death. The young woman, because she did not cry out through the city, and the man, because he violated his neighbor's fiancée. And this way you will purge evil from among you. So what did we just read here, people? What is the rule? If a woman who is promised to another man has sex with another man, both of them are supposed to be put to death. All right? Verse 25. But if the man comes across an engaged woman in the city and overpowers her and rapes her, then only the rapist must die. You must not do anything to the young woman. She has done nothing deserving of death. This case is the same as when someone attacks another person and murders him. Now remember this, people. Why is this person being put to death? Because this woman was what? Engaged. She was promised to another man, right? But this man overpowered her and rapes her, meaning this wasn't consensual sex, people. Right? That man is only supposed to be put to death, not the woman, right? You must not do anything to the young woman. She has done nothing deserving of death. This case is the same when someone attacks another person and murders him. Verse 27. For the man met her in the field, and engaged woman cried out, but there was no one to rescue her. Suppose a man comes across a virgin who is not engaged. Now, see these people? Now, I want you to pay attention to this one right here. Verse 25 was talking about a woman who was engaged, meaning who was promised to an Israelite man, right? But this one is talking about a woman who hasn't been promised yet. She's just a virgin. She hasn't been promised. She's not engaged, right? Suppose a man come across a virgin who is not engaged and overpowers and rapes her. Just like we just read in verse 25, how this man overpowers and rapes this woman, right? And they are discovered. The man who has raped her must pay her father 50 shekels of silver. She must become his wife because he has violated her. He may never divorce her as long as he lives. So here, people, is a clear scripture of rape being justified in the Torah. Can't get around it. And again, we're reading from the Septuagint. Septuagint predates all these translations out here. So why is there a chapter of different type of rapes and how to handle different type of rapes? And not even that, even if you are a rapist who found a virgin who's not engaged, if you rape that woman, she has to become your wife. Now, let me ask this of any woman and any father who would allow that to happen. What kind of a father would allow his daughter to marry the rapist? You know the psychological damage that person's daughter has already been gone through, and now you're gonna make her marry that individual that raped her, that put her into that trauma. You know how traumatizing that is? But again, that's in the Torah, right? And for the life of me, I tried to, find laws. I studied the Torah, trying to find laws to see how to protect children, right? And brother, I've been doing this for years, and I have not found one law that tells you a law about pedophilia. That if an individual touches your child or has sex with your child, okay, for a second, let's not even talk about teenagers right now. Let's say we're not even talking about teenagers. We're talking about children now, people. We're talking about anywhere from, I'm from Florida. I've seen some sick ass fucking cases, bro, One of the most sickest cases I've witnessed in my lifetime over here in Florida is a man who has sex with basically, I believe it was like a 24-month old child. Basically, like not even a 2-year-old child, bro. Okay? Imagine that. A grown ass man raping a 1.5-year-old baby, bro. Okay? This is what I'm talking about. Rapes like that, child molest, and again, because you have people like Judah Nazareth who'll tell you, oh, pedophilia, that just means having sex with children, because he's using that to try to justify pedophilia. When pedophilia doesn't just mean having penetration with a child. You have molestation, which is just touching, fondling. And I've been trying to find anywhere in the Torah to find any laws against it, and I have not. Now, last week there was this guy that was on, from FOPI here trying to call us mamzers and stuff like that, right? And he, really wanted proof on that stuff, right? But I want to bring out something that's going to just cut him and the Yakad and Dawad and the brother Yeshua with this weak ass argument they try to do with Leviticus 20, because that's a chapter we're about to read right now, right? Let me share the screen again. So let's get to it, right? Next scripture we're going to go to is Leviticus chapter 20. And this is the chapter I went to try to, I was like, man, if it's going to be anywhere, it's going to have to be in Leviticus, right? It's going to be in the book of Leviticus, right? Let's find out. Okay, let's start at verse 10. Right? This is Leviticus chapter 20 and verse 10. We're going to read down, I believe, to like verse 18 or something like that. It says, if a man commits adultery with his neighbor's wife, both the adulterer and the adulteress must be put to death. Just like we just read, right? In Deuteronomy we just read, right? Verse 11, it says, if a man have sexual intercourse with his father's wife, he has exposed his father's nakedness. Both of them must be put to death. Their blood guilt is on themselves. Blood guilt is on themselves. Verse 12. If a man have sexual intercourse with his daughter-in-law. Now, what I'm basically showing you people right now, what we're reading, is you're going to notice all these laws that we're about to read is about bestiality and what you call incest. And this is why I keep telling people that when you go to Deuteronomy 23, where it talks about the bastard, and a bastard just means a child of incest, just go to the book of Leviticus 20 and it proves it. Because like I said, what we're going to read in here, you can't have sex with your father's wife, right? That's a sin, whatever. Now we're going to start talking about incest, then bestiality, all these different topics. But you know what we're not going to read? About having intercourse with another nation. So let me get this straight. Leviticus 20 gets into very specific details about what not to have sex with, right? And it's going to talk about homosexuality, all that, bestiality, incest, and all that. But it doesn't talk about mixing. For that clown that was here last week, Yehuda, all you have to do is read the book of Leviticus 20, and it'll help show you my stance of how it has to mean a child of incest. That's what it means, brother. And this chapter backs it up. So this is Leviticus, again, verse 12. And it says, if a man have sexual intercourse with his daughter-in-law, both of them must be put to death. They have committed perversion. Their blood guilt is on themselves. Now, again, so here's a law, right, of a man having sexual intercourse with his daughter-in-law, right? Daughter-in-law. Right? But again, people, consensual sex. Why? Because they both sinned. They both are being put to death, correct? Yes. Verse 13, if a man have sexual intercourse with a male as one has intercourse with a woman, and this is the scripture that Dawad and Yeshua try to say, oh, this is talking about child pedophilia. Child pedophilia. Now, what's so freaking disgusting about how they try to make this about child pedophilia is that they try to say that that word man there means, it can mean man child. Vega, go into the Hebrew. Go into the Hebrew. It could mean a man child, meaning a young man, right? Okay. So let's even use their ideology, their logic, right? Let's use their logic. And this is why I keep telling you, these guys are sickos, and they will say anything to try to justify wickedness, right? They're sickos. Watch how sick they are. It says this: if a man have sexual intercourse with a male, with a child, according to them, right? As one has sexual intercourse with a woman, the two of them have committed an abomination. They must be put to death. Their blood guilt is on themselves. You see that, people? You see what these sickos like Dawad and Yeshua and all these clowns that are into the Torah are teaching? That, you know what? Let's go again, let's use their logic. If a man has sex with a child, right? According to the law, what does it say? That both of them committed a, yeah? Oh, we're victim blaming now. Oh, we're blaming the little children for being fucked in the ass, right? Dawad, that's what you guys want to talk about? That's the law you want to pull? That if one of you sick bastards fuck a child in the ass, right? It's both of your faults. You're both are supposed to be put to death. Yeah? Victim blaming. So now they try to pull a law to basically victim blame. Yeah, Dawad? That's you guys' logic? That's your logic? That Leviticus 20 and 13, that's your logic? That you have to kill that baby for getting fucked in his ass? Or just like I just told you earlier, I'm from Florida. Like I said, one of the most sickest things I've heard in my lifetime was this grown-ass man who was an African-American who raped a baby who was 1.5 years old. Right? Yeah? According to Dawad and according to Yeshua, the way that they use Leviticus 20, that baby is supposed to be put to death. That baby did something wrong. Yeah? That's how sick you guys are. This is how much I tell you people, how much people hate Vega. They hate me to the point where they will try to use the Bible this way. And this is why I don't like those guys. This is why I really don't like Dawad and them, bro. Just because the hatred they have for me, when I try to teach them this, like, hey man, there's no laws to do this. Yes, there is. Go to Leviticus 20. Go to Leviticus 20:13, Vega. That word there, when you look at the Hebrew, it could mean a man child. It could mean a man child. But yeah, it can mean, but it doesn't mean that. Because the other definitions means what it means. A grown-ass man, sir. And we all know that Leviticus 20:13 is talking about homosexuality. Anybody who is unbiased, who is not into the Bible, reading what we just read will clearly tell you, yeah, that's clearly about homosexuality. A male shall not have male like he has sex with a female. That's homosexuality. Clearly. We all know that's what it's actually saying. But for you guys to try to use it, to try to say that it's sticking up for pedophilia, how is it sticking up for pedophilia? The way you guys are breaking it, the child is supposed to be put to death. Not even put to death, but he's to blame too. Yeah? Children are to blame for being molested? Bro, put the Torah down. This is why you guys don't teach shit. It would be an embarrassment for you guys to do a class trying to teach that nonsense. But let's keep reading what the scripture says, like I said, because we're going to keep reading about nothing but what? Incest from now on, right? Verse 14, it says, if a man have sexual intercourse with both a woman and her mother, it is lewdness. Both he and they must be burned to death, so that this lewdness is your midst. Verse 15, if a man has sexual intercourse with any animal, see, here's the bestiality, right? He must be put to death. You must kill the animal. If a woman approaches any animal to have sexual intercourse with it, you must kill the woman and the animal must be put to death. Their blood guilt is on themselves. Verse 17, if a man has sexual intercourse with his sister, whether the daughter of his father or his mother, so that he sees her nakedness and she sees his nakedness, it is a disgrace. They must be cut off in the sight of the children of their people. He has exposed his sister's nakedness. He will bear his punishment for iniquity. Verse 18, if a man have sexual intercourse with a menstruating woman and uncovers her nakedness, here's the people, any of you sickos that likes to have sex with women on their period, people, he has laid bare her foundation, her fountain of blood, and she has exposed the fountain of her blood. So both of them must be cut off from the midst of their people. You must not expose the nakedness of your mother's sister and your father's sister, for such a person has laid bare his own close relative. They must bear their punishment for iniquity. Do you see this, people? So everything we're reading is about, right, is mostly about incest. Verse 20, if a man has sexual intercourse with his aunt, again, people, incest, he has exposed his uncle's nakedness. They must bear the responsibility of their sin. They will die childless. If a man has sexual intercourse with his brother's wife, it is indecency. It has exposed his brother's nakedness. They will be childless. You must be surely to obey all my statutes and regulations, so that the land which I'm about to bring to you to take up residence there does not vomit you out. You see what we just read here, people? Everything we read here was mostly about incest, bestiality, homosexuality, and things of that nature. But you know what we didn't read about? About you having sex with another nation. So this is what the Most High has an actual problem with, right? This is why they didn't want none of that work when it comes to those type of scriptures. And again, everything you just saw me display. Did I go to a prophet? No, I didn't. Did I go to the New Testament? No, I didn't. Did I go to the Apocrypha? No, I didn't. What did I do? I did exactly what Isaiah talks about: precept upon precept, line upon line, here, there a little. And what did I just use? I used nothing but the Torah law tonight. Brought out 5 Torah laws stating everything what I just stated, right? So there's no going against what I just brought out. This is what the book states, and we have to realize these things. And another thing, when I bring out in Second Ezra, what is it, chapter 1, when it talks about the Most High was going to give His law, statutes, commandments, and His name to a nation, right? To basically move us to jealousy, right? So. And this is, and again, this is going to be another thing is going to rub a lot of people the wrong way, especially for our Native brothers and sisters. And this is why I keep telling you, people, the hatred for this white man, we can't hate the white man for what he did to our people, right? I know people are going to be looking at me crazy when I just said that, especially for us Bible believers, because at the all actuality, all they did was use the Torah law against us to the best of their ability. Because again, according to Torah law, they saw amongst the captives a pretty young woman, right? Is that not what the Europeans did to our women, which was rape them? Like we just read the laws, Deuteronomy 21, Numbers 31, Leviticus 20. Right? That's exactly what the white man did. They captured our women. They raped our women, right? Now let's talk about all these treaties. This is for my North American brothers and sisters. They'll tell you all day long that what? The white man has broken every single treaty, correct? Don't ask any Native American from North America about what I'm saying, and they'll all tell you, hell yeah. But does that what Torah says to do? Yes. Torah says this. I'll bring it out for you. This is what Torah says, right? Let's go back to the screen. Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 7, right? What does it say? It says this. This is 7 and 3, right? Talk about the Canaanites especially. It says, you must not intermarry with them. Do not give your daughters to their sons or take their daughters for your sons, for they will turn your sons away from me to worship other gods. Then the anger of the Lord will erupt against you and will quickly destroy you. Instead, this is what you must do to them. You must tear down their altars, shatter down their sacred pillars, cut down their sacred Asherah poles and burn up their idols. For you are a holy people unto your God, and he has chosen you to be his people, a prize above all others upon the face of the earth. Hold on, where is it at? Here it is. My fault. I skipped that verse. Verse 2. It says, and he will deliver them over to you and attack them. You must utterly annihilate them. Make no treaty with them and show them no mercy. You see that right there? Even though the white man made, again, it was a tactic of trickery because they knew the Torah law. We don't have to make no damn treaty with them. Hey, but we'll pretend we'll make a treaty with them only just to break it. And they didn't have any mercy towards our ancestors, did they? Of course they didn't. We know this for a fact. So in all actuality, what the white men did to us and conquered us, right, and how they conquered us was according to the Torah. And people don't want to accept this. But it is what it is. It is fact. And this is why I just said, I'm brought out in 2nd Ezra chapter 1, where it talks about the Most High would do that. That the Most High would give this other nation his law, statutes, and commandments, and his name. And this is why they came in his name, did they not? They came with the book. Most people will say, oh, they came with Christianity. Yeah, Christianity, they did with Catholicism and stuff like that. But you know what? They still came with that Torah also. That Torah is a part of that book. The Torah is a part of that King James 1611. So when they came here with the book, they came in with the whole book. Not with just the New Testament. You don't think these friars knew the Torah? And this is why I keep telling you people that, this is going to be a touchy subject. It is going to be a very touchy subject, what we just brought out tonight. Because what we brought out tonight was just rules of war and what, according to what the book says. And we have to acknowledge it. And this is why I keep telling you, just because the book says it, now it comes down to the spiritual man. Because again, we know that our enemy has had this book in their hands. God knows what they have put into this book once they had it in their possession. But we all know when we read the story, about the story from front to back, about this people, we all know who it's actually talking about.
Hey Vega, Khan, I want to say something real quick, my brother. Is what you just said right now is very important. That we know that the enemy, understand, had their fingers or they hands in our book. Understand? The book of Jeremiah, chapter 8, verse 8 say, "How do you say we are wise, and the Torah of Yahweh is with us? But look, the false pen of the scribes has worked falsehood." We got also in Jeremiah chapter 23. Let me make sure that's chapter 23, verse 36. It says, "But the message of Yahweh you no longer remember, for every man's message is his own words. For you have changed the words of the living Alayam, Yahweh of hosts, are Alayam." So I just wanted to make sure I bring out them two verses stating that many people throughout the time or through the ages have put their little fingers into the Torah, and somehow, some way, man, you just gotta cipher that. You gotta discern that through the spirit, just like what you were saying, brother.
Exactly, because like I tell people all the time when I had either Judah Nazareth come, I even asked this question to Ram. We asked these questions to these brothers about these certain laws, especially in the rules of war, where it talks about to kill, like we just said earlier, in Numbers 31, it says to kill even the little boys. Like I said, like why would the Most High order us to kill little boys? You know how traumatizing that would be? That's the traumatizing experience to anybody. Imagine hearing little children screaming for their mothers and their fathers, and you walk into a room and pull a gun to the back of their heads and start blowing their brains out. Who would do that to little babies? That, to me, that would be the most horrible thing to go to sleep to. How could anybody go to sleep? Because we see what war does to grown men, right? when they go to these Iraq and stuff like that. And these are men fighting other men, and they're coming back traumatized, right, with all these illnesses and stuff like that, these mental illnesses, right, right, because we know that in today's society, stuff like that is frowned upon. Women, children, and elderly are supposed to be off limits according to warfare now. You know what I'm saying? The way the way we've been doing warfare. So imagine that, lining up little children, lining up 80, 90-year-old men in wheelchairs and just killing them. Bro, we have this is what I keep talking about. People have to use discernment and use their spiritual man to say, hey, who actually put this in the book? And this is why we've been bringing out the arguments and showing you, brothers and sisters, about the Yahweh and Elohist arguments, about the pens of the lying scribes, because we caught this already in the book of in Kings with King Josiah, right? And how we had these fake Levites who wrote themselves as being priests among the children of Israel, the lying pen of the scribes, putting these lies into the Torah. This wickedness. Anybody anybody who has common sense can know what we're talking about is wickedness. Killing little babies, children, raping young women, raping women, capturing them, bringing them to your house, only giving them a month, and then it says it right there. You could give them a month, and after that, you can go into them. What does it mean by that, people? Just really think about that. That after a month, you may have sexual relations with her. Meaning, let's say this woman hates your fucking guts. But you have her captive, you shaved her head, you paled her nails, but you have this attracted to her, right? You want to marry her. You want to marry her. She doesn't want to marry you. She wants nothing to do with you. But you force her into your house because she's your captive. And after a month, whether she wants to or not, you can go and get it in. How is that not rape? It's clear as day. That's what I'm saying. No logical woman would say what we just read would just be like, okay. You know what I'm saying? And these are the things that people have to realize. You know what I'm saying? Ugh. Yeah, I already dropped the link. Anybody wants to hop on? I know somebody was trying to hop on, but I guess they were having like a mic problem. Brother Rafi, I think it was the brother Rafi. But yeah, I dropped the link. Anybody wants to come on? Because that was basically the lesson. We brought it out. We brought out the scriptures to show you and back it up, our stance. These are things conversations that we need to have as a community, and get it right. Because because you guys are going to run into these atheists, bro. I'll tell you, when y'all start bumping into these atheists, bro, who actually hate the Bible and stuff like that, bro, they're going to bring out so many points like this to the discussion, and you guys need to learn how to properly adjust to it and to address it when you go, have these dialogues with these people. Yeah. What nations? But you also have to understand this, what I'm saying, because you do have different age times, what I'm saying. Because at the time, you guys have to realize that a lot of these laws were thousands of years ago, were war times were crazy, and to really be honest, to even have these laws thousands of years ago, I would say was more righteous than other nations, right? Because at least you're having laws and limitations. Because other nations would just probably do whatever they want, rape everybody, not just the women, rape the men, rape the grandmas, do whatever, burn down your whole village. Because according to Torah, remember, it says that if that nation makes peace with you, you are to make peace with that nation. But if that nation wants to make war with you, then this is how you're going to handle them. You know what I'm saying? So again, at least we still had rules and regulations thousands of years ago compared to other nations who were more savage. Because remember that, people, there were more savage nations around there who didn't even have these type of regulations. You know what I'm saying? So you also have to put that into account. You know what I'm saying? Because again, like I said, this is the thing that me and the brother Louis were talking about. What was it, last week? How a lot of the stuff that people think that the Bible is, it just isn't. You know what I'm saying? People really think that the whole book is like, oh, it's a holy book, and they worship the book, and oh, the whole thing was inspired by men. No, a lot of these things were also inspired by wicked angels, wicked messengers who came to these prophets, who came to these seers, who came to even the scribes, telling them to do these things. Just like when we bring out all the time in Second Ezra, where it talks about how Ezra and the other scribes were giving a psychedelic drink, right? And they were the ones writing the Torah again. So now again, people, so again, how did these things end up getting to the Torah? Through this psychedelic drink, through this angel who gave them this drink to rewrite the Torah. So now the question is like, all right,
What
we know that Ezra wasn't the only
what
one who
verse
wrote
is
the
that,
Torah. He
nigga?
had other wives. Where's my apocrypha?
Yeah, won't you get that? And if I can, I don't have that verse, so you're gonna need to
I believe
enlighten me
that's
on that.
Second Ezra
As far as
14, I
that drink.
believe. Yeah, that's Second Ezra 14, I believe. Yeah. This is Second Ezra chapter 14. Um, verse. Let's read verse 38 and down. It says, "And the next day, behold, a voice called me, saying, Esdras, open thy mouth and drink that I give thee to drink. Then I opened my mouth, and behold, he reached me a full cup, which was full as it were with water, but the color of it was like fire. And I took it and drank. And when I drunk of it, my heart uttered understanding, and wisdom grew in my breast. For my spirit strengthened my memory, and my mouth was open and shut no more. The highest gave me understanding unto the five men." You see that right there? So it wasn't just Ezra who rewrote the Torah, people. There were five other scribes with him that were writing this the Torah that we read today. So it wasn't just Ezra. And he took me to drink, which I have drunk it, and my heart uttered understanding, and wisdom grew in my breast. For my spirit strengthened my memory, and my mouth was open and shut no more. The highest gave me understanding unto the five men, and they wrote the wonderful visions of the night that were told, which they knew not. And they sat 40 days and wrote in the day, and at night they ate bread. As for me, I spake in the day, and I held not my tongue by night. In 40 days they wrote 204 books. And it came to pass, when the 40 days were fulfilled, that the highest spake, saying, The day that thou hast written publish openly, that the worthy and unworthy may read it. But keep the 70 last, that thou mayst deliver them only to such as be wise among the people. So right there, like I said, you have Ezra and the priests that were with him, were five other priests, were basically given a psychedelic drink and rewrote the Torah. And this is why I keep telling you that now the question becomes is that when they were on this journey and these entities that were speaking through them or with them, were they righteous angels or deceptive angels? Which we clearly see that some of them were deceptive angels. And this is why we see stuff like this in the Torah and stuff like that, you know? Rudy, he says. First Chronicles 21, Satan raised up an angel against and accused David to take a census of the people of Israel. Exactly, right? That's Shamar's argument that he likes to bring up in First Chronicles 21 and also in what is it, Book of Samuel's, where he try to uses it to say that Yahweh is Satan, right? But this is what I keep telling people all the time, brother, that we have to just use our spiritual man when we're reading the scriptures. And also to the brother that was here last week for Fopi, more daggers that I want to bring out. I'm going to do a lesson soon about, if you want to keep using your KJV, how it's going to be your worst nightmare. And these are just points that, I want you to think about is about, Elijah, right? He was being made fun of by some children, right? You know the story, Malak?
Okay.
Now, You know the brother Yehudium, right, Aaron?
Yeah,
Now, what is Yehudium? Where does he claim that Israel's at?
South Africa.
In South Africa, right? Now, according to the story that we're just telling about, Elijah, right? He was being made fun by children. Who came down from the forest and killed those children?
Was it a bear or right?
A bear. Now, let me ask you this, Malak. Where are bears indigenous to?
I don't know why I didn't.
Okay. Bears are indigenous to only North America, Europe, and parts of Asia. Meaning, bears are not indigenous to South America. Bears are not indigenous to Africa, especially South Africa for Yehudia, and Australia. Right? You don't have
Yo,
bears are
that's a
not
good
indigenous
point.
to this
That's
land.
a good point, yo. That's a good
So,
point.
oh, trust me. I will trust me. I won't, bro. They want that work. Bro. I have so many animal life that are only indigenous to the Americas that these people can't deny anymore. Like, so kind of like butterflies. I'm gonna bring out some insects and all this type of shit that are in the scriptures that can only be found in the Americas. And this I'm gonna start
When you gonna get that class?
soon, because I want to start bringing out a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people have heard me bring out a few arguments. Like I brought out the argument about how in Genesis chapter 6 it talks about how Noah used the gopher's wood to build the ark, right? And everybody knows that gopher wood only grows in Florida. That's it. So what does that mean? That Noah and everybody in the time of Noah were where? In the Americas. See right
Yo,
there.
yeah, you got to bring out a study like that. A deep
Yeah, no,
study, man.
that's what I keep telling you. And this is and again, this is one of the major reasons why me and Shamar got into that argument that one day when I basically left Ancient Watchmen, because he wasn't. I was trying to show him things, but he wasn't wanting to hear me. He was on his, um, him and Daniel were on this First Nations, Native American First Nations bullshit. I was like, bro, stop it. I was like, stop it, bro. Everybody saw how I cut Shamar that day. I was like, all right, so you want to talk about being First Nations, then explain how the giants got over here. Show me in the Torah, show me in the scriptures how the giants got over here. Because Native Americans specifically, many tribes talk about fighting giants. How are you First Nations when the giants were here before? Not even that. Pre-flood, before the flood, I'm trying to tell them that there were people over here in the Americas. This is why you have ancient cities that they've been finding under the oceans in the Caribbeans, and all over around the world. They're finding from the flood that there's hidden cities under the water. Why? Who's building those cities that are under the water? People don't want to talk about that pre-flood talk. Oh, the Shamar's like, oh, well, Zay, you're going against your own doctrine of 2nd Ezra 13 about Arzareth. No, I'm not, because after the flood, there was nobody in the Americas. It was the Americas was considered to be off limits according to the Most High. It was off limits after that. This is why we read about the territories of what Ham, Japheth, and Shem got. Which again, I told everybody, which I finally told everybody my actual beliefs on the matter, that I don't believe that those were individuals. I don't believe that Noah was an individual. I believe Noah just represents Noah to me represents the survival of mankind. Meaning, Noah was basically a ship for 3 races to survive the flood, which would be the Shemites, which would be the red people, which would be like the Indians, East Indians, the Arabians, and stuff like that. That race to survive. Then you have the Japheth people, which would be the Asians and some Caucasian race to survive. And then you have the Hamites, which would be the African nations that basically survived the flood. 3 races of the 3 major races that survived the flood. That's basically how I take it. I don't take it as individuals. I don't believe in this bullshit about 3 individuals repopulating the whole earth when the Torah specifically is against fucking incest. We just read Leviticus 20. We just read it. Everybody just read. We all just read Leviticus 20, what the Most High supposedly has problems with. You can't have sex with your uncles, aunties, stepsisters, mother-in-laws, any of that stuff. You can't have sex. But yet, you people believe that 3 people repopulated the whole earth by incest? Cousins having sex with cousins, aunties and uncles. Stop it, bro. It's all about survival of races of people, and this is why we cultures talk about it. They talk about it about their people surviving the flood, not one person surviving the flood. We people have to stop taking I'm telling you, you know what it is that for the people who are into religious before the truth, they have that mentality of, you know, they, that the Bible is this holy book is not never been tampered with. We have to believe every single word. No, you have to get off that mentality. And for the people who got into that one West mentality, same thing. For the one West mentality, they were taught the same thing. Although this is the word of God, nothing is. But if you even, brother, if you even ask Alazar from Sakari and Deacon Akkad, they'll tell you. At least they'll be honest and tell you that they believe that the Bible it has flaws in it and it was corrupted and stuff like that. And at least they'll be honest with it. But most other camps, no. They'll tell you that this is the unfathomable word. Everything is perfect. Stop it, bro. You guys have to stop that nonsense. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know that's right. Shalom, Rafa.
Hey, shalom. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, shalom, shalom, bros.
How you doing?
This is an interesting topic, bro, because uh like I'm what's it called? The Hollywood even does these practices. Like there's even like Hollywood movie stars who came out like this one actor from the Lost Boys. Y'all remember the Lost Boys, the vampire movie, kids and whatnot. Who's I forgot
You
that
talk
one.
about the Corey Feldman and
Yeah,
the two Corys.
right, right. And they were talking about this whole pedophilia type thing. Now, before YouTube, well, I remember when YouTube started in 2006, they weren't really taking down a lot of videos. Uh, it was mostly like a free platform. It's like later on in years it got restricted, but I remember one time there was this video. These guys were doing this documentary about that type of practice with, sleeping with children and the Freemasons in particular, they have these. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Pizzagate. There was this.
Yeah, yeah, we know that. When
Yeah.
you have Joel Epstein and all that stuff, bro, all that the whole scandals and stuff like that, bro.
So I don't know. Yeah, I forgot what documentary it was. Like I said, there's now YouTube has all these restrictions. These videos are not there anymore, and there used to be videos about the gay agenda of hip hop and whatnot. But anyway, uh, these people would have sex with children. It's like a Freemason type ritual because they believe if they have intercourse with children, they can live longer. I think that was the
And
whole idea.
it's not just having sex with them. No, it's actually sacrificing these children. Also, this is what
Right.
people again. This is why I keep telling people. This is how the elite in these organizations stay on top. People have to really understand what's really going on. The Bible speaks about this, right? About this child sacrifice, right? And how these people are sacrificing, human sacrifice and child sacrifice to these gods so that they can stay in power. And this is why these people and the wicked people of this earth are in power by doing these acts. This is why I keep telling people, no, us natives and Hispanics are number one when it comes to human trafficking. They're kidnapping our women and our children for these things, for this human sacrificing and child sacrificing. This is why
Yeah.
you have thousands of our children missing every year. Why? Because they're sacrificing our children. Bro, matter of fact, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna see if I can find this video of this rabbi basically telling us, right, that what they're doing, they're killing our children and they're putting them into meat grinders and feeding our children back to society through like
Oh yeah.
McDonald's and Burger King and stuff like that.
Right.
Did you remember that?
Yeah, I saw
Matter
that
of fact, I'm
video.
gonna see if I can find that video because I remember that watching that video a while ago of a Jewish man admitting that.
I mean, if that's true, dude. I mean, I just ate McDonald's last week. I mean, but not just kids too. Horses, like all abominations. And I just started doing research on that too. And man, these fast food restaurants are feeding us horses, humans. I don't. Yeah, it's best not to eat from these. these places whatsoever. But yeah, I mean, have you heard about this? It's not. It was like I saw a video of like this Islamic hate. This is why the like Muslims hate Jewish people because they see the wickedness that they do. Um, like there's this video. And I don't know if it's propaganda or not, but how they would kidnap Christian kids, like pure Christian kids, like around 12 or 10 or something, and before Passover, they would sacrifice them, cut their necks open, let the blood spill, and then they mix it up with matzah bread or something like that for their Passover.
Mm-mm.
So, like everything, like if that's true, man, like these people are the synagogue of Satan, bro. Like it's like the scripture says, you know. It's just it goes into effect, you know what I mean? Like it's crazy, you know what I
Yeah, I
mean?
can't find that video. I'll have to probably look it up one day, and then I'll probably save it and re-show it to the people. But I have to find it. I can't really find it right now. But yeah,
It's
like I
called
said, bro, it was like a radio interview with this Jewish rabbi. He was best. That's basically what he admitted to the people. He was saying, "Yeah, we take your children, we sacrifice them, and then we bring them to the chop shop, and we chop them up, and we feed them to you guys and your hamburgers and your McDonald's hamburgers and stuff
Mhm.
like that, bro." It was a pretty sick.
Yeah,
It was pretty sick.
and like I said, and what they believe, I don't know if it's the Amaleks or the Idumeans. I don't know if because remember these people before they got in, they converted or supposedly converted to Judaism or anything. They were doing their own rituals and sickness, and one of them was sacrificing children, not to Malak, but it was to a different god. I'm not too sure. It's they were worshiping like a serpent. I know that for sure back in the Khazar times and whatnot when they were like a Khazar empire or something. But yeah, they believe about sleeping with children gives them like youth. I guess is what they would say, something like that. You know, it's pretty sickening.
Yeah, I remember that video. I remember I seen a video of them of a hidden camera basically showing like a ritual, showing these little girls walking around in like these white robes and like I don't know, man. It was like some weird shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like on some.
Oh, like I don't mean to interrupt, bro, but I don't like I said, YouTube has been taking down a lot of these videos. There's this one lady, this white lady, that she blurred her face, like she didn't want to be recognized whatsoever, and she was exposing that her father was a policeman, and they she remembered as a kid her father was acting weird, like whatnot. I don't know what it is, and what she witnessed what she witnessed as a kid, bro, is she went downstairs and she saw like I guess her father has this weird uh what's it called what's that? It's like a not an attic, but it's like downstairs. You know what I mean? It's like what am I trying to say?
Like a
It's like
cellar.
a under it's a, yeah, the cellar. It's like an underground cellar with a secret door, and she managed to get in there, and she saw a little kid crying and shit, and saw her saw her father, and saw recognized a few of the people. And this is a small town. I can't remember what town it was, but she remembers that there were law enforcement and Congress officials sacrificing a baby, and she witnessed how the baby was screaming and bled out, and they were all toasting and drinking the blood and whatnot. So, like I said, bro, they believe consuming like
Brother,
I guess
Salaki for 1 second.
say what? Go
Salaki
ahead,
for 1 second.
go ahead, bro.
Brother, give me 1 second. Hey, Vega is Rabbi Abe Finkenstein. That's the name of the video you was looking for.
Oh, for
Yeah,
the about
Yeah,
the okay.
I'll put it in the chat. All right, if you can that you can look it up.
All right, you said Rabbi Fickelstein.
Yes, I'm a Rabbi Abe Finkenstein, something like that. I'm gonna put it in the chat right now. Give me 1 second.
But yeah, if I could just add a little bit of it, what I'm saying is that like this is all satanic. They believe in feeding in the youth, makes them stronger, or something about their energy, or something about youth. You know,
You saw, yo, Malak, you gotta send it. You're gonna put it on the comments here, or you're gonna send it to on Facebook.
I just put it on a comment. His name like that. You can just look it up over there, and then you can bring out the video.
You put it in a private comment.
No, on a regular comment. If you look on it, I think it's already
Oh, okay,
there.
okay. There it is.
My bad, Raphael. I was just trying to make sure I give him that name before I forget it.
oh, you good, bro?
We are in the farmhouse.
Y'all can hear that?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the right video.
Our
Though.
original
Hold on.
sausage recipe.
Yeah, but
It's not on screen though, bro.
Rabbis are in jail this morning.
No, it's not that. Hold
okay. A Vega. Keep looking down. They say interview with Rabbi.
on.
Interview with Rabbi. Which one? Matter of fact, let me send to your Facebook. I'll send to your Facebook.
Hey Vega, and then on top of that, what you were saying about like these Canaanite women having abortions, like where do you think all those body parts go? You know what I mean?
Exactly. Mm-hmm. They're saying that they have those body parts in the new vaccine.
Hey, Vega, I just send it to your Facebook, brother. Check it out.
All right. Damn. Do you know the minute mark?
Nah, man, I think you got. Let the whole thing flow like that. They can hear the whole conversation.
Yeah, but the thing is like a whole hour long. I don't know what part he's gonna.
No, yeah, but I think in the beginning it starts. Once in the beginning he starts saying it. You know.
All right, let's
Hey
find
bros, I
out.
gotta go, but y'all have a good night, okay? Shalom.
All right, man. Shalom, brother.
Oh, shalom, brother.
I'd like to welcome you to Johnny 44. I'm James Wickstrom, a teacher of Yahweh, coming to you live on the Turner Radio Network for the next hour from 9 to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Filling in for Pastor Bob, who covered for me last week. We're going to have a very, very interesting program tonight. I'm sure you're going to find it that way. I have a guest by the name of Rabbi Abi Finkelstein. He's off the east coast of the United States, who's going to be joining me tonight. And we're going to be talking about authenticity of things in the world. Rabbi Abi Finkelstein, as I said, a rabbi off the east coast of the United States. Are you there with me tonight? Shalom, I am here. Say, listen, I'm filling in here for Pastor Bob tonight, and I know we've never met, but I do have some very interesting questions for you. I think questions that I want to give you the opportunity to answer to, because there's a lot of rumors and conjecture that's taking place across this country relating to the Jewish population, okay? Okay. Now, you see, as being off the synagogue and a teacher of the Jewish race, because you are a
Hey,
race.
Vega, if you started like at 45
Say we're a race.
seconds, you hear me, brother? If you started like at 45 seconds, it start getting interesting.
Are you saying 45 seconds or the 45-minute mark?
45 minutes. I mean, let me look. I'm as you put in 45 minutes, I'm gonna keep looking for the part what you were saying about the sacrificing. All right, give me 1 second.
Some say we are a religion. Yeah, well, what do you say? We're a little of each. I can imagine, yeah. Now, I want to get into some hard topic here right away here. You know, you're a very pronounced person among your own people, and of course you know, you're very aware that I don't like you or your race, okay? I'm sure you're aware of this, right?
Damn. Yo, that pastor just told him straight up, yeah. I don't like your people or your race. Oh man. Oh man, it's gonna be hilarious. Oh, I have to show the disclaimer. So they won't be taking down my stuff. All right, let me see if I could go to the 45-minute mark like he's talking about.
To the other goyim on the retail side, there's an old saying in Yiddish that the reason that God made Gentiles is because somebody has to pay retail. It's not going to be the Jew for sure. The Jew doesn't pay retail. It's the goyim that pays retail. We buy wholesale. Well, that's very interesting. I understand that, but I also know the bloodletting. I know that on your Passover, which isn't mine, that a lot of little children do disappear, and I do know that, and I know a lot of police departments and agencies have been informed, but you're very open. You're very open tonight. I'm very surprised that you're talking about the bloodletting of the little children, that you put their blood in the matzah balls, and that you eat it on sacrifice on Passover. Well, there was a goyim that wrote a book about it back in the 30s. I forget his name at the moment. But anyway, he wrote the book. People didn't buy the book. People don't want to listen. We've been doing this for thousands and thousands of years, since down to Adam's time. We take the children of our enemy, which is the white race, and we bring them to the basements in the synagogues, where we drain the blood and watch them die there. It's very similar to how we do the sacrifices that we do with the kosher butchering, and so we do that, and then we mix it with the Passover bread, and so we eat the blood of our enemies. And the bodies, we're not cannibals, so what we do is we take those, because we can make some shekels, and we give them to the slaughterhouses, and those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger, and that's why we made those the most popular thing, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the goyim out here are really eating their children by the book. People don't want to listen.
I hope y'all people are listening, bro. Yeah, Malak, that was the minute mark. That was it, bro. bro, listen again, people. What he just said, bro. Well, they drink the blood. They do like that for their little Passover, but for the rest over, for you goyim, for you other nations, we sell that grinded meat of the children, right? So y'all can eat it, put it in your sausages, put it in your hamburgers and stuff like that. So next time you guys are next time one of you guys are scarfing down a Big Mac, a Whopper, just remember what you're really putting in your mouth. Okay, people? This is why I like to cook my own meals, man. That's what I'm saying. I like to make my own shit, bro. I make my own stuff, bro. Every morning, you ask my kids, bro. I make, I love my kids a lot. I make them especially when I'm off. I always prepare meals for them. Say myself. Saying I make them breakfast and stuff like that. Uh, it's always best to prepare your own meals. I don't even like eating in these sit down restaurants, bro. You don't know what they're doing back there. Those chefs, what they're touching, probably scratching their ass, whatever the hell and then touching your food and what I'm saying, whatever the case may be. It's always best to prepare your own foods. But hear it again, people, one more time. We're gonna hear it one more time, right?
We've been doing this for thousands and thousands of years, since down to Adam's time. We take the children of our enemy, which is the white race, and we bring them to the basements in the synagogues, where we drain the blood and watch them die there. It's very similar to how we do the sacrifices that we do with the kosher butchering. And so we do that, and then we mix it with the Passover bread, and so we eat the blood of our enemies. And the bodies, we're not cannibals, so what we do is we take those, because we can make some shekels, and we give them to the slaughterhouses, and those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up in the sausage and the hamburger, and that's why we made those the most popular thing, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the goyim out here are really eating their children. And even when we say this outright and tell you people, you don't believe it. So that's your problem. I've got...
You hear that, people? That's your problem. Not their problem. That's your problem. Hey, man, y'all want to keep eating your children? So, in all actuality, the majority of the people in the United States are just a bunch of cannibals, right? Bunch of zombies eating dead flesh of the children. And this is why we keep telling you guys over and over again. You know what I'm saying? You guys think, and that's what we keep telling you, especially you non-believers, about, oh, the Bible is not real. Well, obviously it is, because the Bible speaks upon all this wickedness. Do you think that these people have gotten into their high statures out of nowhere? No. It's from worshiping their ancient gods, their bloodthirsty gods, and when they feed their gods blood, we all know that there's life in the blood. Just like we read in the book of Leviticus 17. There's life in the blood. That's why the Most High commands you not to even eat it. There's life in the blood. But yet, just like we showed earlier today, you have rabbis, Orthodox rabbis, sucking baby dicks, sucking blood, trying to use the Torah to justify it. We all read the article. We all read what the article said, that the Jewish community were arguing with the High Council, the people that make the laws, about, oh, you can't take our Jewish traditions away from us. But again, which is nowhere in the Bible. That's the whole point. So basically, stop. Listen, we want to keep sucking baby dicks, okay? That's what we want to keep doing. That's basically the argument that the Jewish community came up with onto that. Even though our rabbis are giving herpes to children, we have all these cases of rabbi here giving herpes to children. And whoa, there's one case in New York. This guy gave this baby herpes, and that baby died, right? But yet they want to still justify the shit. But then they have other rabbis like, oh, well, we have other sets that we do it with a straw. We still sucking blood, right? Still sucking blood of a straw, right? But if the person wants that kind of a mitzvah, then hey, man, who are we to do? We do it. Yeah, we have rabbis for that. Yeah, rabbis that love to suck baby dick. like I said, I'll show you one day that video of a rabbi, basically bragging about performing more than 500 circumcisions, bro. 500 baby dicks in his mouth, bro. Bragging about it. And people, we also, when we bring up the Catholic Church, right? The article about over 300 and something thousand people that were violated by the Catholic priests, right? Over 3,000 priests. Over 3,000 priests in Paris. Not worldwide, but just in Paris. 3,000 priests were basically accused and for child neglect and abuse and pedophilia and all that stuff, bro. It's craziness. So imagine Catholicism all around worldwide, bro. Millions upon millions of people getting molested in this organization that they're hiding behind, which is called religion, for their sex acts. Because again, they know the rules. I'm very sure there probably was a law about pedophilia and stuff like that in the Torah. But of course, the demon that they probably took that out. Who knows? We don't know what was written thousands of years ago. Now we're just reading books that our oppressors have given us, but yet we have people trying to tell us to basically rely on our oppressors and their information, even though the Bible tells you not to do that. All right, man. You know what I'm saying? But hope you brothers and sisters were in tune to the class. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm going to drop the link if anybody else want to come on, have anything to say, want to bring out real quick. If not, I'm going to play some music and call it a night. Hope you brothers and sisters were edified on the topic. I'm surprised. I know that Brother Aaron said he was going to jump on my stuff soon. I don't know why he hasn't really done it yet. But I'm going to say shalom to everybody. Shalom, Brother Rudy.
Shalom, shalom. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's good? What's good?
Nah, man, just tapping in last minute, like always.
Did
I
you?
just wanted to ask you a question, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, so I've been doing a lot of like digging on this Aaron and Levites, right? So I just want to get something like figured out because you said that according to the scripture, it wasn't an adversary, the one that I sent you with Satan on First Corinthians, I think it was.
You said you put a
The
scripture up
First
earlier.
Chronicles. Yeah, the First Chronicles 21:1.
Oh, about David, the census.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one. Well, yeah.
Yeah. So then, was it an adversary or was it like what was it?
Like, what do you mean?
Um, so this angel, demon, or Satan, he did make David go off, right?
No,
No.
no. It says Satan. We're here in First Chronicles 21. This is one where it talks about Satan. It says Satan rose up against Israel and caused David to take census of the people of Israel. Right?
Right. And didn't the Most High punish Israel or David killed 70,000 for him
Yes.
doing this?
Yes. Well, it also says that they were also in sin, though. But also, David does say that he was. It's like I said, the chapter is kind of confusing because it does say at one point that it says that the Most High was angry with Israel, meaning that because they were sinning. But then, and later on in the chapter, it says that David himself confessed that he was the one who actually did the sin.
So was the sin that he took the census?
According to the scripture, yep.
And then
And they basically messed
it
up the
is.
count. They basically messed up the count. That's what ended up happening. I believe it was like one of David's generals that basically like I believe he forgot to count like a certain amount of people. I think he forgot to count like the Levites or something like that. It was something that
Yeah,
to the
he said
effect where
that.
he messed up the count. Yeah, he messed up the count, and because he messed up the count, that's when the Most High was angry and gave him an option of three punishments. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Either the land to be punished, the people, or yourself.
because he actually said that he didn't that he purposely didn't count. There was the Levites and the Benjamites.
That yeah, that he didn't count, right?
Yeah, that it said it like if he purposely didn't count them because he knew that David was going off by doing this.
Yeah, I would say that. I would say yeah, but I don't think it said that it was David who did it. I could. It wasn't one of it. I believe it said it was his general or something like that.
Yeah,
But of
no,
course,
it wasn't David. No, I get you. Yeah, you're right, and that's what I'm saying. That David called one of his generals or someone. He appointed somebody, but that
yeah,
somebody was like, I hope. That's why he said he's like, man, I hope that the Most High multiplies Israel by 1,000, by no, by 100, because what you're asking me to do. He's like, but I'm asking you, why are you making me do this? And then he still insisted, like I already told you, basically go take the census. So him knowing that he was going off, he's like, I'm not gonna report the Levites and the Benjamin because he's making me go off. And because he knew, it was like he knew that the Most High was gonna punish Israel. So that's why he's like, man, well, you're causing me to go off. I'm not even gonna give you the right count.
nah, I don't think it was like that at all. Like I said, it wasn't. He was basically he was ordered to make a census, and then when he basically told his people to to make the census, his general didn't listen, right, and didn't count like you just said the Benjamites and the Levites, right. And by doing so, as a king, right, you take responsibility, right, because you're the king. Like it's my bad to Yahweh, but to him it's like, yo, it's my bad, Yahweh, because I am the king. I made an order, and my people, my generals didn't listen, whatever. And I think that's the reason why he even admitted that when the Most High was killing 70 people, he was like, well, why are they dying for my sin? You know what I'm saying? Which again, still doesn't even make any sense because he was still given the option of three punishments. You know what I'm saying? He was given the right. He was given the punishment of to punish the land, the people, or himself. And I find it funny that he chose the people to punish. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, he even
I
said
think that
like,
David didn't realize what the Most High and how many people the Most High was going to kill. And I believe after seeing so many people die, I believe that's why he comes out and says, but why are you killing so many? You know what I'm saying? Over my sin, you know what I'm saying? Over something I did wrong, whatever. But
cause check it out. What made me think that Joab, his name is Joab, the one that he's appointed to go count them. The reason why it makes me think that he knew that they were going off is because the scripture number 6 on that same chapter, that he's like, but Joab did not include the tribes of Levi and Benjamin in the census because he was so distressed that the king had made him do. So you see, like he was so distressed that the king
You see what I'm
had
saying? That's
him
what I'm saying.
made him
That's what I'm
do.
saying. So it was his general's fault. That's what I'm saying.
But Joab is the one not included Levi and Benjamin because he was like so mad that his own king is making him do something that is gonna cause this. Like he's basically going off. Like why are you doing this? So he's like, I'm not gonna include them because he was so distressed that the king had made him do what the king had made him do.
Okay. Let's bring out that scripture. Hold on, let's read it together. First Chronicles 21.
See, like if you read number 3 is where it says that where I'm getting that he's like, man, may the Lord increase the number of his people 100 times over. Like, but why, my Lord, the king, do you want to do this? Are they not all your servants? Why must you cause Israel to sin?
Okay, hold on. All right, this is where okay. No, I believe the argument is about Joab basically having a disagreement with David, basically just because he knows that the reason why they're doing the census is for punishment. Because look, let's read it right here. Right, this is first. You can read it on the screen. Yeah, it's on the screen. Um, First Chronicles 21:3. It says, Joab replied, "May the Lord make his army 100 times larger, my master, O king. Do not all of them serve my master? Why does my master want to do this? Why bring judgment on Israel?" You see, that's the problem. Joab is the one who has the issue, right? But it says verse 4, but the king's edict stood despite Joab's objections. You see what I'm saying? So the only person who had a problem was Joab. Even though David was, remember, David was the one who was instructed by Satan or Yahweh, right, to do this. So basically, the problem is between David and Joab. Basically, Joab heard the order, he didn't agree with it. Verse 4 says, but even though that, you know what I'm saying, but the king's, directions stood despite Joab's objections. So Joab left and traveled throughout Israel before returning to Jerusalem. Joab reported to David the number of warriors. In all of Israel there were 1,100,000 sword-wielding soldiers. Judah alone had 470,000 sword-wielding soldiers. Now Joab did not number Levi and Benjamin, for the king's edict disgusted him. You see that, brother? So the person who fucked up, so it was Joab who did it on purpose, brother, because he hated the rules that the king told him to do. Even though Joab wasn't aware that King David was instructed by the Most High to do so. Right? Verse 7. God was also offended by it. So he attacked Israel. David said to God, I have sinned greatly by doing this. Now please remove the guilt of your servant, for I have acted very foolishly. The Lord told Gad, David's prophet, go tell David, this is what the Lord says. I am offering you 3 forms of judgment from which to for which to choose. Pick one of them. You see, just like I told you, even the Most High gave David an option of 3 things of punishments because of what happened, right? And, for not, for Joab messing up the census. So basically, this whole thing started between was basically Joab's uh, fault, if you want to be technical, right? But then it says 11. It says, Gad went to David and told him that this is what the Lord says. Pick one of these: 3 years of famine, or 3 months being chased by your enemies and struck down by the sword, or 3 days of being struck down by the Lord, right? During which a plague will invade the land of the Lord's messenger will destroy throughout Israel's territory. Now decide what I shall tell the one who sent me. You see the three options? One was famine. The second one was for David to be chased by his enemies and struck down, right? And then the third one was for the people of Israel to be struck down by plagues and stuff like that, right? Verse 13. David said to Gad, I am very upset. I prefer to be attacked by the Lord, for his mercy is very great. I do not want to be attacked by men. See, so he basically said the second option, me being attacked and chased by my enemies and killed by them, I don't want that. Right? So he already excluded that option, right? So, verse 14 says this: So the Lord sent a plague through Israel, and 70,000 Israelite men died. So, again, people, if you want to be technical, if he wanted to be a righteous king, oh, my fault, I didn't even see you were there. David, if you wanted to be a righteous king, he could easily sacrifice himself because that was one of the options. But no, David said, I don't want to be struck down by the sword. So if you want to be kind of technical, David was kind of a coward. If you want to if you want to take the
Right.
story out of what it's actually saying. So instead of David being punished for himself, he said, "You know what? I'm not going to do that. I'll do the other option, which was what people
Right.
the Most High sending a plague to throughout the nation of Israel, and it ended up killing 70,000 people."
And so that's my point. We're kind of saying the same thing, but I guess I'm like misinterpreting the question how I'm asking it. Because I'm still getting that David was off for doing this, that Joab knew that David was going off by giving them this order
I don't see that. I don't see
to
how was he be getting off. That's what you would tell your general, right? If the Most High wants a sentence, you're gonna get your generals to do it, right? To
but
number
then
the
what
to
I'm
number the people. But
concluding,
the whole point is that as we read in verse, what was it, verse 4, it said that Joab detested the orders that were given by David. He didn't like it, and
right?
that's
So
the
he didn't
reason
like
why
it, yeah,
he didn't like it.
and because he knew that was he was gonna put them in sin, like it was
No, I would
against the
say
Most
that he
High.
didn't know. I would say that he didn't know that David was ordered by Satan or ordered by Yahweh to do so. That's the whole point. I don't believe Joab knew that. He thinks that it was just David himself just making this order. You see what I'm saying? I don't think that he would. If I believe if David would have said, "Hey, the Most High told me to do this," or whatever, the angel came to me and told me to do this, I don't think it would have been an issue. I just think that Joab didn't
Which
know that.
for this, go ahead.
I'm sorry to hear what you said.
Oh no, I was just gonna add, which kind of proves that the first scripture where it says that an adversary told David, which that's why I'm saying that even though
The
even
adversary is
though
the Most High, though. That's the whole point. The adversary there is the Most High.
and that's what I'm getting at, and that's what I'm asking, like how do we know that it's the Most High if it's like clearly saying, like an adversary, and on another, I think it's NLT says Satan.
Yeah, that one it says Satan. I believe the other one, but the other account it says the Most High. Say because we all know that the Most High uses angels, right? That's the whole point.
Right,
He
he
uses
uses
either good
angels.
angels or bad angels, and in this case, he used Satan to do it.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. So then Satan ordered David to do this.
Yes, according to the
You
scripture.
see,
Yes, according to first verse 1.
right,
Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. So then Satan ordered David. Joab was like, "Man, may the Most High multiply Israel times 100 for what you're having me do." And he even questioned, "Why are you having me do this?" And then
exactly.
that's why number three, and that's what I'm saying. So Joab knows that he's going off because he's questioning him, like, why are you making him do this? He's going against it, and that's what you said too, and that's what I'm saying, that Joab knows that David is going into sin by doing this, and so then it is saying giving him the order.
Like I said, there's no. I wouldn't say that the text says that. It doesn't. It doesn't say that. that Joab knew it was a sin. To me, what we're reading, like I said, between the transaction between him and David, is that they were just he was just didn't agree with David. But like I said, my the way I see it is that I don't think that Joab knew that it was from an angel that told David to do so. That's the whole point. To
Yeah,
him, it was like, all
I
right,
could see that.
you know, say
Go ahead.
to him is like, why is David doing this? You see what I'm saying? So I can see your
Right.
point, right? Like to him, it's like, yo, why is David doing this? You know what I'm saying? But to
That
him,
he
it's like the
even
same. It's like the same story in Judges 10, what I brought up before about Samson and the Philistine woman, right? About how when he came to his parents and told his parents, "Hey, I want to marry this woman," and they told him, well, isn't there a woman among the children of of Israel that you can marry? Why you want to go marry this Philistine woman? But what happened, right? The story tells you that it tells you that in the very next verse it says that they didn't understand or knew that it was of the Most High that Samson sought the occasion with the Philistine. You see what I'm saying?
right, right.
That's what the
That's
same thing
like
can be applied. The same thing can be applied here. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Joab knew that it was of the Most High or of the angel that commanded David to do so. He just
uh,
thinking to
uh,
him is that he's thinking that it's just a commandment made by him, and he's just not agreeing with it. But I guarantee if David would have
I,
told him, "Hey, the Most High came to me and told me to do this," or "Hey, an angel at night came to me and told me to do this. I need you to do it." I believe that Joab wouldn't have a problem doing it. You see what I'm saying? If he would have knew if it would came from a higher understanding.
I can agree with you on the half of what you said that Joab might have not even known what the order was coming from. But what proves to me that Joab knew that David was going off is because he then calls onto the Most High, who he believed to be the Most High, like, may the Most High multiply Israel times 100. So, like, to me, I'm looking at that like he knows what's about to happen. Because if usually I'm looking at like if you're going against the Most High is then going to go against you. So he's calling like you're just going against the Most High. So now I gotta hope that the Most High is with us, multiplies us times 100, because you're about to make our people like I said, 70,000 people were killed. So and I just asked that question because then like it's been down this loophole that I'm in, like kind of, I mean, not loophole, but like this journey that I've been like
I'll put it to you like this.
dissecting.
'Cause remember, it wasn't just. I'll put it like this. It wasn't just Joab there, right? It says like his leaders, right? His generals, right? So it's
Uh-huh.
like when you call your crew, right? Let's say like I'm a
Hmm.
leader and I have uh like like 8 generals, right? And we're all sitting at a
Right,
table.
right,
Basically what we're reading here in verse 4 is like Joab's basically objection, meaning out of all the
right,
generals, Joab was the only one who had an objection to what the king has ordered. But the other
right.
generals listened. You see what I'm saying? The other had no problems with it, and they did what they did. But Joab was that one person who raised his hands like, "Yo, I don't know why we're doing it." So I could see your argument there, but you could see what was going on though, right? So yes, it was just
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it was an argument. I'm not saying an argument. It was basically just an objection, and his objection and the way he did it drove him to even go against his king, and that's why he didn't even number the Levites and the Benjamites. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right. 'Cause- and that's what leads me to that is another point. Like he had to know what was right because he was even like, man, I'm not even gonna give him the full number because like I'm already going off. Is how I'm seeing that scripture.
Well, it could
I
be.
think
Like I
it's
said, it could be that. But like I said, the scriptures doesn't really identify as Joab
yeah,
being like
it
his
don't
dad or anything like that. So I don't know.
right. Because
So, but
I'm basically going off of how Job was tested by Satan, who got the permission from the Most High to give him a test when he's like, oh, the only reason why Job is so righteous is because you haven't really tested him. So he's
yeah,
like, all right, go test him. So then the Most High gave him the authority to go test him, and this is just another example, that like Joab was like getting tested in a way because he knew, well, and David too, obviously, because David then found out that he was going off because he listened to this adversary, this angel sent down to test him.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, which then like going off of that, then I'm thinking like, all right, he's getting tested. Second Kings, um, Second Kings, I think it's 23, where it admits, that King David, King um, Solomon were off, that they were following false gods, Baal. They had to burn all that down. So then this is another example that all right, David was listening to an adversary.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So there would be this would be like another proof text that even David was almost falling off and listened to another
Right.
god. Yeah, you're right. That would be another good point.
So then that brings me to this next question, which then is like you just kind of somewhat answered it, but I just want to see what you think about that. That how you brought out Second Esdras 14:38, how Esdras was in a trance to rewrite the Torah. So then when Moses was brought out of Egypt, it wasn't the Most High, it was an angel, right?
Correct.
So then that angel at one point told um, Moses, "I am the the same. I'm the same God that came to your forefather Abraham." Right?
Yeah.
So it's the same. Right there, this angel told Moses, "All right, I'm the same one that came to Abraham." So then at that point, how do we know that the that Moses and Abraham were with the right angel, or were they getting tested also?
Well, I'm gonna say that was an angel. That was actually the Most High that actually called on Abraham. But I would say the angel that appeared to him and I believe the angel that appeared to Moses and the angel that appeared to Joshua was Christ, or what you would call Phanuel. I would say that was the
Okay.
angel that Moses or Abraham probably almost likely dealt with.
Yeah, still gotta sit on that one. Not that it don't sit right, but it's where I've been like I said, I've just been going back and forth, and I'm like trying to decipher because then we technically don't know if the commandments are right or which ones are right, which that's why we're supposed to use our own discernment. Um, you're not supposed to make. It's just like you're not supposed to make any vows. Is what um Yahushua said, right? The Son of God. Do not
No,
make any vows.
I would say that Christ was also quoting from the book of what is it, Proverbs. I brought it last time out. I forgot what scripture in Proverbs, because even the Torah speaks about it. It tells you to basically to be careful about making a vow. Also, you know what I'm saying. So
Right,
it's even warns you to even be careful because whatever you speak, you have to give to the Most High,
right,
and that's what
right,
Jafta, and that's what basically what Jafta basically messed up at, and that's why he had to even give up his daughter, sacrifice his daughter to the Most High
right,
because of that vow, which I also proved that in the Torah that that's what you have to do according to Torah. I already brought out
right. Proof.
that proof. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, yeah, and like I said, I'm just trying to learn because I've been digging deep and
So
then cross-referencing
I'll put it. I'll
scripture.
put it to like I'll put it to you like this. And this is my issue I have with Shamar, right? And this is why I don't know if you watched my lesson I did like 4 or 5 videos ago talking about is a selfless act a sin, right? You remember
Yeah,
that
talking
class I
about
did?
the yeah.
Yeah, and that's basically what I was basically talking about that whole night. So you can get a better understanding if you rewatch that video of what I was basically saying. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, like I said, just watch that video, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Already.
You remember it? You know what I'm saying? That's basically what I was basically getting into on that topic.
Yeah, I think you were like digging into
because because Shamar, I'll play like this. People think that the Most High has a problem with human sacrifice, and I'm trying to show people is that no, that's nowhere in the Bible. Nowhere in the Bible does it say anything about human sacrifice, meaning adults. And this is why I showed that night, like what was it, like 14 scriptures of all throughout the Torah about what the Most High actually has a problem with is with children or child sacrifice. That's what the
right,
Most
which
High
is
has a
Moses.
problem with. That, like I said, I
Right.
already brought out the proof. I already brought out the evidence. Now, if somebody can present a class like how I just brought it out, showing multiple about human sacrifice, meaning adult, and this is my whole point, and this is why I even show that all throughout the Torah, even in the Book of Maccabees, that a selfless act is was repeated among our people. Even I even brought
Yeah,
up the video of I remember if, I brought up the video of even Chief Joseph even saying it of the
yeah,
Arawak. He says one of our greatest honors of the natives is to give your life for your loved ones or for your people. Like I don't understand why you have these Torah people who are trying to act like if you sacrificing your life for your people is a sin. Is this wicked ass fucking shit? Like, bro, there's nothing according to our culture. There's nothing more honorable than for you to
right.
give your life for your people. You see what I'm saying? And this is what I'm trying to, and I already improved my point in that class. I showed everybody scripture after scripture of even in the Old Testament, you even have our ancestors who offered to sacrifice themselves in their lives, including Moses, including Micah, you know what I'm saying, including the Book of Maccabees. You know what I'm saying? I already showed it. I already proved that stance. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see that the Most High has a problem with human sacrifice to that point. To that point, He has a problem with child sacrifice. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
that's
I
basically
feel
what I
you,
proved
man.
in that class. You know what I'm saying? And that's the issue I have with Shamar right now about that topic
So
because he
then,
says that
okay.
because Shamar, I will let you know right now. Shamar openly says that he don't believe Isaiah 53 is about Christ. He don't believe that Christ died for the sins of the nation of Israel and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? He don't believe that anymore.
Okay, now I'm still. That's a whole nother topic I'm still digging on. So I don't want to go too deep on that one and get lost. But yeah, I definitely okay. So then going back to that second Ezra 14:38, how can we then discern what has been changed and what hasn't been changed in the Torah? Because like the whole Levi and the Aarons, and how do we know,
So
in other words, what book Josiah's found was this law or that law, or are we even looking at any of those laws currently? Is what I'm trying to figure out. How can we cross reference to know what's the real law?
I'll put it like this: the law should be written in your heart, right? We should be
Right.
part of the second covenant already. It should be we're already in the
Mm-hmm.
process of the second covenant, so those laws should be in your heart. We should know that these things are bad: murder, stealing, adultery, and all this other stuff. This is already we should be. You should already know that,
Right.
right? And this is how
Uh-huh.
you determine if you're a children of God or not. Because the children of God, when once they repent from these things, they won't go back to the vomit, right? But you
Right.
have Christians who have grown up their whole life as Christians, supposedly, right? They'll tell you that they know that adultery is wrong, but yet they still commit adultery every single damn day of their lives.
Right.
So they're really not Christians. They really haven't been converted. You know what I'm saying? To me, they're just fakers. You know what I'm saying? And Christ already told us about the people. They honor me with their lips, but not with their actions, right? And people like
Mm-hmm.
that. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead.
Is it safe then to say that going off of like how you brought out Chief Joseph, right? You said that or who was that elder that also said that they would rather spare their enemy's life so that they could go back to their family
Oh
because
yeah,
it,
yeah, yeah. That one video that Northern Kingdom Prophet shared on that one live. Yeah, that was
yeah,
powerful. That about the law about no, when King David when Saul was chasing King David into the cave, and how King David snuck up on Saul and basically took off, sliced off his garment, and basically
right.
told him, saying like, yeah, I could have killed you, you know what I'm saying, but I allowed you to live. And yeah, that one Indian story said that basically the same thing. How that one native tribe, I forget what tribe it was from though. I have to find that video and play it again one time. But yeah, I remember what you were talking about.
So going off of that, then how can we know that the acts of warfare weren't um, the weren't the Levites putting themselves in there on behalf of um, other deities or other like Baal? Because how I'm looking at it is when Josiah found out that all his priests were off and that all the priests descending from the kings they were off. So going off of that, then the acts of warfare, how do we know that according to that other scripture that that's even a legit uh like law?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is what you have to use your inner being to decide to determine that. Do you feel like it's a messed up law? This is why, and this is something that me and Shamar were starting to talk about, which a lot of you brothers have to acknowledge, bro. We even have to acknowledge about the curse of Canaan also, because
Right,
I even told Shamar that I was like, yo, at the end of the day, if we know that there's evil and bad things being said throughout the book, right, through these angels, right? Uh, so was it righteous that an angel said that we must kill every single one of the Canaanites and and not mix with them and stuff like that? Why? You see what I'm saying? It's to the point where, and again, in Israel, and this is why I keep telling people, Israel as a nation chose to go against the Most High's direct order on that, right? You would have to say, because
right.
they were ordered by the Most High to kill everyone, male and female, even the children, everybody, like everybody. They were supposed to kill everybody, annihilate them, even all their cattle. He didn't even, the Most High said, yo, even their animals. I didn't even want you to say and burn up all their crops, burn up their statues, everything. I want everything fucking
Yeah.
destroyed. I want it scorched from the earth. That's basically what he's basically said. I want this place scorched, right? But then what happened? Us being a compassionate people, right? We used our spiritual man, right? And what happened? We couldn't do it. This is why I keep telling you, all these people who are like I said, when Ram and Judah Nazareth, oh yeah, I'll go out there and kill. I'll follow the law of Leviticus 21 and all. Yeah, you're gonna kill babies. Yeah, shut the hell up, bro. You guys are wicked as motherfuckers, bro. Right there, but what you're saying to me, you're revealing to me that you're Satan. Nigga, you're Satan's seed, bro. Bro, think about it. Like I said, you have to determine what we're reading and what we're not, what you're supposed to follow, what you're not supposed to follow. Just like you just said about Job, right? And Job 9. I keep telling people the same thing over and over. We're all like Job. We're being tested by the Most High, right? About the Most High and Satan testing us. Same thing when we're
Right.
reading. This is why people are what I call religious nuts. Oh, the book is on. Oh, there's nothing wrong with the Torah. Bro, the enemy came here with the Torah. For any of you guys right now, you native brothers and sisters, or you Negroites, you have to come to the realization that the white man came here with the book. Okay? You didn't have the book in your hands before the white man 500-600 years ago, and that's a fact. And we'll have to deal with it, unless you guys are willing to say that you guys are want to subscribe to the Book of Mormon, which is Northern Kingdom history over here in the Americas, which a lot of Old Testament Yakad and them would never say. So then what? Then what are you guys talking about? You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, bro. We have to get
So
rid of
check
it.
it out. So the Most High is for sure against intermarriage with the Canaanites, right?
I wouldn't say that.
Or is
I
that
would say I would say that was a wicked angel who commanded that. I,
so then?
on my heart, I believe in my heart that the Most High is not racist towards any race. That's the whole point. And I think that even the children of Israel realized that, and that's why they even went against that law, even though they were supposedly commanded by this angel that commanded them to do that. But since we're such a compassionate people and loving people, we again we weren't going to kill elderly. We weren't going to kill babies. We weren't going to kill every single one of these people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And what did we end up doing? Not only did we not just listen to the Most High, we started mixing. A lot of us, I'm gonna say all of us, but even some of us started mixing with them and started and allowed a lot of those Canaanites to still dwell in the land of Israel with us. This is why I tell people all the time there was Canaanites amongst us for hundreds of years, even to the point where when we even got taken to the Assyrian and the Babylonian captivities, a lot of the Canaanites were taken in as slaves with us because they were dwelling in the land with us. So when the Babylonians came in, who do you think they just took? Oh, Israel, but you guys can stay here? No, they took a lot of those Canaanites with them. You know?
So then that law that was written in there could not have been the deity of Baal, because why would Baal want to go against his own people? Am I right?
Exactly. I would say that. I would say yeah, I wouldn't say it was Baal, but like I said, it could have been any angel. That's the whole point, brother. When you start reading,
So
and this is what's really scary about these other books, like Enoch, the Waspy, and stuff like that, because those books, yo, literally, they're even the Nag Hammadi scriptures, literally hundreds and hundreds of angels, brother. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like that type of study, brother, I can't even keep up with all the angels, bro. All I can do is identify certain angels that I've read about, and I try to find them in the scriptures. That's all I can do. I haven't studied every single angel. Like I said, there's hundreds of them, bro. It's crazy.
so that is okay. That's you basically answered my next question, because I was gonna ask then there's angels going against angels in the earth
I wouldn't say going
or
against.
deity.
I wouldn't say going against angels. I would say that there's angels. There's entities that have a role and they play their role. You know what I'm saying? Like I was telling you earlier about how
Assembly.
The Most High, like the leader, right? He has his council. They all sit around the table, right? And then they'll
Right.
all probably discuss like what they want to do. You know what I'm saying? And you have certain angels who'll be like, man, lion angels. Oh man, I could go down there right now, Most High, and fuck everything up, bro. Let me do that. Let me go to this certain prophet, give him a false prophecy, and just fuck shit up. Can I do that? Can I do that? If the Most High wants him to do that, he'd be like, all right, go ahead, do that. Whatever. Blah 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 blah. But then it comes to the whole argument about is he a righteous God for allowing that to happen, right? And you know, but the whole purpose is that uh, that's just the way things are, man. With the angelic orders, you have good angels, you have bad angels, bro, that want to do good shit and
Right.
bad shit, you know. And
And then
I believe that in my opinion, like certain angels are jealous of mankind in a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Because um, even according to the New Testament, it says that we're going to be judging angels, right, and stuff like that. Meaning that what? That us humans are even have a more higher place than even the angels in some way. You know what I'm saying? And I
okay.
believe that they're a lot of them are just jealous, or some of them are just jealous of his creation. Because even in the book of Genesis 1, Genesis chapter, what is it, 5, it tells you how the Adamites became like one of them, the gods. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay, so that's interesting, because you know how you're saying earlier how you kind of point that the King James was kind of revolving around the Americas.
yeah.
So then, can it be metaphorically King David, uh, King Solomon were these kings that were here also, or is the King James corrupted to for these lands? Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, because all right, we're right now we kind of concluded that Canaan, Baal spirit wouldn't be the one going against himself, or could be if he wanted to, I guess. But to which concluded to what you said, that there's many angels going against or playing the role. So somebody played the role to put in that these kings would follow the deity of Baal and all this, right? All these kings would follow wrong and be led to be alive and uh, like looked upon like if they're so wise and that they're so great. But the reality is that who's giving them this greatness? So they're worshiping many gods, just like the gods that supposedly were being worshipped here in Americas, like the deities, that spirits, the spirit of this, spirit of that, spirit of thunder, like all that. So then, would it be safe to say that the possibility could be that, like, this was written for here, this spiritual Egypt, where we kind of never left, we were just put into captivity through the mind?
Like, what do you mean putting captivity in the mind? Like,
Because, for
I'll
example,
put it like this: it's almost like you're saying, almost like the Matrix, right?
right?
Like we're living
Like, for
this like
example, like,
cycle, right?
right. Kind of like, for example, like the Aztec knew, or the Mayan had prophecies that the world would come to an end, but it's not like, oh, the world has to start all over. It was like a new state of mind. Like now everyone forgot who they were because this new world came over here, which was New Spain. When they came here, they called it New Spain. But they were already here, but it's just our people had to go through a generation of mentally enslavement, because now, because of the genocide and all that, now they're the ones on top. Now they're defiling your temple, telling you to worship their gods. That this is righteousness and this isn't. They're the ones put like the physical, angelic versions of um I guess, like, that we would be corrupted by. You get what I'm saying? Like the physical form that, like you said, deities put here in place by the Most High. So is Israel really Israel over there, or since like you're bringing out that Noah had to be coming out of here, according to the wood that was used, the gorillas, how they're nowhere in Africa. So then, is Israel where Israel is?
Now, the reason why I was saying that argument was for KJV readers, because usually you really
Okay,
don't read that type of stuff in the Septuagint, like the
right.
wood that you were talking about. You read
Hmm.
it in the Septuagint in Genesis 6. I think it says it mentions like another type of wood or something. I forget.
Right,
But I was just saying for the KJV, because again, Black Hebrew Israelites, they love the KJV, and I was just saying, I was just
right,
pointing out how since they since they love it so much, that I can basically turn their KJV into the Americas. You know what I'm saying? By showing them all this animal life and plant life that you can only find over here in the Americas, according to the KJV.
right.
And
Yeah.
this is why and this is why I kind of blame the KJV for the whole mix up of this whole false doctrine of why we have Black Hebrew Israelites in the first place. Is only because of the KJV. And I believe that,
Uh,
that was basically the KJV was made to cause this confusion that we see today. You know what I'm saying? Because
by Baal,
it could be because at the end of the day,
because
1611,
it's
the transatlantic slave trade was already going on. You know what I'm saying? Like there was slavery was already going on. There was nothing new about it. So for them to 1611 to put in Deuteronomy 28, the slave ships and everything like that, and put it the way that the way that they put it was on purpose. You know what I'm saying?
right.
You know what I'm saying? To me, it's like it's all been, like I said, it's been tampered with, and I believe that the KJV is really harmful for the black community because you know what I'm saying, when you go to the other tragedy, and this is why they hate our guts. You know what I'm saying? Because we do what we do. We
I
show.
definitely. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, no, my bad. Go ahead.
I said this is why I keep showing people how the Bible is an anti-black man's book. You know what I'm saying? That's been my stance since the beginning. You know.
Right. So, um, I mean, because I concluded that what I just said earlier. My bad. I'm retracing where we left off. I'm concluding that could be Baal because if we're gonna go with the notion that who are the Canaanites, that they would be the ones receiving the word, then when that book was written, it was written, to kind of show these certain, like you said, pointing towards Arthur. They're pointing towards the Americas, that what the wood was made out of. So it was written, oh look, propaganda in a way.
Exactly. Like, think about
And
it.
that,
Why would that translation put in things and animals that only live in the Americas? Like, why would they do that?
right,
You people have to understand that shit. Well, so if the wood that Noah used could only be found in Florida, what is the KJV saying? Think about it. What was the KJV saying? KJV saying that this wood that only grows in Florida. What is that telling you? That Noah and all the people that were going against him and talking shit to Noah and all that sort of stuff were over here happened in the Americas.
right.
Noah was a Native American, people. According to the KJV, Noah was a Native American.
and
Deal with
and
it.
that kind of goes with my point,
Mhm.
that then how can we know? Okay, because for example, books, right? Books that you're reading today can't predate the 1400s. Basically, it all points towards the information being given that these people are the Israelites, these people are the Israelites, these people are the Israelites, right? And I'm trying to see, is there literature prior to what they're telling us and what they're putting the image of being, that we were ourselves claiming to be that? Because if we go to oral tradition, of course, after they came and mind enslaved everybody to believe that what they are telling you is truth, aren't they? It's kind of hard to tell if generational, Noah's Ark hasn't been just replayed through nations to enslave people.
Say again about what about Noah enslaving people? What?
Because you know how there's a lot of oral traditions that point to the Noah's Ark, the flood, basically,
Yeah.
and like proof and that comes out like that coexist with it. I'm just trying to figure out basically the what to pick out of the Bible to be truth and not truth. So that's why I'm just going down this deep
I'll put it like this,
understanding or whatever.
like we say this all the time. The Bible is like a four-dimensional book, bro. You can't just take it and read it a certain way. You can
Oh,
read it,
definitely not.
okay.
Yeah.
You can read it carnally, and like I said, and
Right.
use it for historical whatever to learn about
Mm-hmm.
yourself, whatever. You can use it that way, fine. But then you have to think about it in a spiritual way, or in a
Spiritual way. Yeah.
poetic, or in a poetic way, right? Um,
Mm-hmm.
like I said earlier, I don't believe in the story of Noah being an individual. I believe Noah just represents like salvation, or like yeah, basically like salvation for the three races that were going to basically survive. which were the Hamites, the Japhites, and the Shemites, which were three races of people. I don't believe that Shem, Japheth, and Ham were individuals. I believe that they were races of people. And basically, what the flood was about the survival of the three races that were going to survive. Because we all know the purpose of the flood was to get rid of like the giants and the
Right.
Nephilim and the mixed breeds with the animals, whatever the case may be, and stuff like that. So Noah to me represents salvation, and the salvation was basically, I believe that Noah was basically like I would say like almost like an angel that came to all three of the races to basically make uh, an ark, whatever, and to bring those animals. And this will also explain, you know, uh, the people's questions about, well, how did the penguins or how did these people, walk all the way to the Middle East? Say, well, I would say that was a European's job, right? Because whatever the Antarctica, whatever nation was around that area would have had to have taken care of that type of animal. You know what I'm saying? Whether it was from the northern hemisphere, the equator, or the southern hemisphere. You know what I'm saying? Which were the three races, which Africa will represent the southern hemisphere. The Shemites will
Right.
represent like the Mediterranean. Then you have the Japhetic races would represent like the northern hemisphere. You know what I'm saying? Which were will probably had more likely be in charge of the Arctic animals, whatever you would call them. You know what I'm saying? That's what I
Hmm.
believe. I believe that it was a metaphor for three races of people surviving the flood.
Yeah, no, that's definitely how,
I
before I
don't
even
believe,
heard you saying it.
yeah, I don't believe, like I said, I don't believe that those people were individuals and that out of incest they repopulated the world
Right.
within a few hundred years. Then, according to the Bible, not even 500 years later, we're reading stories about nations and mighty nations all around the world. Yeah, in 500 years from eight people, come on, bro, stop it, bro.
Right. No, I definitely agree with you on that, because even like that's kind of simple, because if you look at it like Judah, when sometimes we refer to Judah, they refer to Judah as the southern kingdom, and then sometimes they'll call Ephraim, for the northern tribes, as like just one person, but it's not just one person, it's deeper than that. Same
Hmm.
with Shemites. Shemites, it's not one person, it's the whole nation.
Exactly. That's what I'm
So
saying. Like all
yeah,
this is metaphors. Like you have to look at the Bible like in different ways. You know what I'm saying? And when you read certain
right.
stories, like I said, like when I read, like one of the most powerful books I love to read. Like there's so many like symbolisms and like just metaphors. Is the book of Jonah, bro? That's one of my favorite books in the Bible. There's so many
Really.
there's so many bro, there's so many jewels in that book alone, especially about Christ, in my opinion. Like if you want to learn about a lot about Christ, bro, read the book of Jonah, bro. That's that's a very powerful book, bro. Spiritually wise, if you look at it in with a spiritual eye.
Right. Like, talking about that spiritual eye, I kind of have this like I want to see how what you thought of this. You believing in the Father is like you believing in your own father, like physical form, but spiritually, we know that you come from many forefathers, right? To where it leads to, like, where did it all start from? So you believing in your father is like the spiritual form and the physical form, like in kind of like simultaneously, like if you believe in your dad when he tells you, hey, don't do this, then it's the same like your most high father telling you, don't do this, and then you're gonna find out why if you do want to rebel, you know, both ways. And then with you not believing in the Most High Son is like you not believing in yourself, because you know how the Most High Son, says, "Be ye there perfect, like I was." So he's like kind of like telling you to compare yourself to him, not that you are him, Well, in a way, just like you have a father, you're a son of a father. So am I. So like, if you are a God, he's telling you this to kind of reconfirm. Like, basically, if you don't believe in that, then you don't believe in yourself. Because then you're forgetting that you are here living in this body with His Spirit. You get what I
Mm-hmm.
mean?
Yep. And this is why even Christ tells you that when he was on this earth, he even tells you that he's not the king of this, he's not the ruler of this earth. You know what I'm saying? This is not
Right.
his kingdom. Because people don't understand that in the realm that we're living in right now, this realm is I would say like a lower realm. Because remember this, he does say he's a king. He also said he was a king, but when he was on earth, he said he wasn't the king of this earth. So he was a king where else, people? This is when you like I said, when you look at it in a spiritual eye, right there is Christ admitting you that there's other realms, right? So we know that there's other realms. You see what I'm
Hmm.
saying? There's different levels and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? That's why
Right.
they said that the kingdom is going to be brought to this realm, right? With a stern hand, of course, of Christ and things of that nature. And we just have to pay attention to these type of things. Like I said, when you read these scriptures, you know what I'm saying? We just can't be carnal with it. We just can't just read it for what it just says sometimes. Even historical wise, like I said, you'll find even flaws in the history and stuff like that because at the end of the day, maybe some of these scribes weren't good historians. You know what I'm saying? We can't blame them for for not knowing certain histories or getting some parts of the history wrong or whatever the case may be. You know,
Right.
people have to start looking at the book as it is. It's just a book. And in the book, it even tells you, you know, through the prophets, he says that, and even in the future, you guys are going to be prophesying. You guys are going to be having visions and prophesying. Like
Right.
everybody needs to stop going back to the book and just living their lives and knowing because at the end of the
Getting.
day, you read the book, you know what you're supposed to do. We all know what we're supposed to do now, right? I'm very sure we should have an idea of what we need to do. That's it. Why keep going back to the book and trying to, you know what I'm saying, and stop it, bro? Like, come on, man. People act like they read the book and they become super saiyans and stuff like that. It's like, stop it, bro. That's not how you get the Holy Spirit. None of that stuff, bro. Live your life. You have, you know what I'm saying? Do you think that everywhere there were, when Isaiah was walking around, you think he was just walking around with a bunch of scrolls reading what everybody else was saying? No, Isaiah was living his life, doing what he do. You know what? And angels came to him in a vision, told him what to prophesy about, and he did what he did.
Right. That's
The
when
same thing could be
they
the same
start
thing
getting
could be for
written.
you people. You don't have to be reading a book or being in the scriptures for the angels to be fucking with you, bro. You could be living your life out of nowhere, and then one day out of nowhere, you might have that revelation, or that vision, or prophecy, or whatever the case may be. And the Most High may lay His hands upon you and anoint you in some way. We
So
have to live.
then, go ahead.
No, it's like we have to live the book. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Right. Man, that, um, so then Job, right? He was living righteous, but still got tested.
Yep.
So we know that when you read this, you still have to make your own discernment. And even if you find out this could be the right way, you could still be tempted. I mean, you could still be tried, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
So then,
Go through the fire, like the scripture says, it be you're gonna be purged in the fire and come out. You know what I'm saying? Like polished.
how would we know if we're walking in a straight line or not? Because even you,
I would
like
say,
your instinct.
I would say for an Old Testament believer, the Ten Commandments would be your best bet. But for us Christ, you know, Christ believers, you know what I'm saying? Christ tells you what's the two greatest commandments, bro.
So what about that scripture that he says? My bad, because it's crazy that you just brought that up. Because I had just thought about this earlier. That was, what about when he said, "Do not think that I come to." Um,
Destroy the
do
law.
away with the law or something. Yeah, destroy the law. I came to fulfill it, not jot one tittle shall be left that you're still supposed to keep the commandments. Like if you don't keep the least commandment, that you're gonna be punished or something like that.
Mm-hmm. What would be called the
So
least in
then,
the kingdom of heaven?
yeah. So then, going back to what you said, if those were the only two commandments, then why would he also say that?
Because in the first commandment, when it says to love your God with all your heart, right? That's the first commandment. He
Hmm.
said.
Right,
Okay, according to Torah, how are you supposed to love Yahweh according to Torah?
keeping his commandments.
There you go. And then the second commandment was
So
to love. And the second commandment was to love your neighbor as thyself, right?
right, so you won't harm him, have an evil eye.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I get that. So then,
Slander, all that stuff, right?
right, okay, so then, for example, because we're going off of the law is the first 5 books, right?
Well, like I said, there's different. That's what they call law, statutes, and commandments. You know what I'm saying? I would say a commandment and a law would be two different things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you go into depth though? So I
I would say
kind of know
I would
the
say
agreement
define
from
more
you.
laws. I would say define more laws would be like in the book of Leviticus, but yeah, you would find more
And
commandments.
then,
I would say you would find more commandments in other books. But if you want to talk about like laws and stuff like that, you will find most of the laws or mostly like law talk in the book of Leviticus.
right. So, but then is Deuteronomy commandments or is that laws?
Certain, I would
Like
say certain,
18.
or I would say, like I said, it would be a mixture. Like I said, it would be some will be
Okay,
laws.
okay,
You'll
okay.
find some commandments. Like
Because
I'll put
I'm
it
just
this
bringing
like
it back
the
to,
rule of I would say like Deuteronomy 7. I wouldn't say it was like a
Mhm.
law. I would say it was more of a commandment because that's what we were commanded to do. It wasn't really a law.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying. But go ahead.
But yeah, no, I get you on that. I just wanted to bring it back to how Deuteronomy 18 then puts the Levites as the priests.
Yeah.
So you get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So then the law is being defiled, but commandments are not, is what I'm kind of getting to understand.
Yeah. That's a good point because the book of Leviticus were written by the priests who weren't even really priests.
Right.
And that's what me and the brother Louis were talking about. I believe the last time he was on. Yeah, because that's what
Mhm.
I'm saying. Like I said, like I've been told you, bro. Like this book is not to be worshipped. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the problem with people. They worship this book when there's plenty of contradictions and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? We know, and everybody can admit that it's been corrupted. There's no one who's gonna come on and say, "Oh no, this book has never been corrupted, never been touched," and it's all nonsense, bro. When it comes to
Right.
that type of
Yeah.
arguments, you know. And this is what I keep
And
telling
the
you is that
crazy
yeah,
thing,
we all know that we know that the devil had his hand in the book. That we all know the book says that the earth is given to the hands of the wicked. So if the book is given to the hands of the wicked, of course they're going to be changing things, bro. But the thing is that just like in the book of Job, like I keep telling people, right? The same thing, right? The Most High gave Job into Satan's hands, right? But we all know what happened, right? The Most High still set what rules. He says you can do whatever you want to Job, except what?
right, physically harmful.
Exactly. You can't harm them. You can't kill them. You can do whatever you want, but you can't do those things, right? It's the same thing with the Bible. Test these people. Give all
Right.
right. Say you want this is your world. All right, you can do what you want with this world, but even with all these lies, you still have to give truth. You still have to
Right.
give the people a chance, right? Basically, you like hey, you gave Job a chance. You still have to give the people a chance. So this is why I keep telling
Right.
people about the discernment, about the scriptures. That's all it is. He's testing you. Hey, are you really going to do that in wartime? Huh? Oh, because you think I'm telling you to do that, or it's really Satan telling you to do it. Pick.
It's crazy because you just said something that hit like when I became sort of atheist at one point because of the same thing you just said. The Bible has been corrupted, so therefore, why didn't follow it? Didn't mean that I went out in the world and hey, I'm gonna live it up, fucking fuck you, you know. It was never like that. It was more like I was just experiencing life and then tapping into like what really is going on. Like I did witness for myself you having evil eye towards your brother. I did you know, see tribulations that when I then went back to it, I'm like, wait a minute, that's what I was going through, you know? And now that I started finding out that it was corrupted again, it was like, wait a minute, so am I back to square one? So that's why I've been kind of like going in circles trying to see what it was corrupted, what is righteous, what isn't righteous. Even if you're righteous, doesn't matter. Should, you know, like, it's just a crazy circle that, like you said, you know, like, um, it's just
I put it.
you're,
When I was telling you earlier about the commandments, right? I would say like the Ten
hmm
Commandments are what probably be like the most like serious ones, right? Everything else was
right,
like whatever. Like to me, that's how I see it. Because I see what the most powerful thing about the Ten Commandments is that most other societies also go by it. You know what I'm saying? About thou shalt not kill,
I agree.
steal, adultery.
Yeah,
All these things in other societies are against the law. The same way.
right.
You see what I'm saying? And this is what people.
hmm
This is something like people like Lex even talk about. Like I even agree with Lex when he talks about what Torah just means is basically, commandments, right? By all entities, and all entities around the world have the same code. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not do these things, right? If you do these things,
Yeah,
there are punishments, and all societies work that way. There's no society today where it's legal to murder. Every
right,
society, if you commit murder, there's a consequence for it. Why? Because that's a universal law. Why? But just by
right.
that, just by my answer right there, universal law, meaning what, people? Meaning that whatever entities these people are worshiping, they're all still coming to the same common ground. That murder is wrong. Same thing with stealing. That's why in all countries, if you steal, there's a consequence. There is not one country in the world where stealing is like okay, yeah, whatever. No, there's a consequences for it. And some consequences they'll chop your hand off, and sometimes they'll take your life off of depending how serious the theft is.
Right.
See what I'm saying? So this is a universal law. So this is what I'm talking about, people. This whole universe is controlled by one entity only, and he has a special Ten Commandments, or what you would call Ten Commandments that he lives by, that all societies could agree with.
And
Everything
it's
else,
crazy.
everything
Uh-huh.
else would be traditions of men, and this is where we talk about the good angels and
Right.
bad angels conversation in all cultures, whether it's the Quran, whether it's Hinduism, whatever the case may be, because they have their own personal cultures now. How they dress, how their women supposed to dress, how their women supposed to act, how their children supposed to act, how whatever rules and sets and all that, whatever food guidelines, all that stuff. That's the stuff that's what Christ was talking about. The least things, because even according to him, those things are the least of the matters.
So, Ten Commandments is what I heard, right? That
I would say those would be like the ones you would take the most seriously, because even according to the Testament, they were supposed to be written by the hand of God, right, or
right,
an
right.
angel. Okay,
But then,
so that would be like the only thing really supernatural about the Old Testament. But think about that, because everything else was spoken by men, right? We all know that men can lie, blah
yeah,
blah blah. Blah. But if you have like an artifact
that's like when
supposedly
Paul got
written
rebuked,
by the hand of God, you know what I'm saying? Like that would be, something very powerful.
right? Like Paul got rebuked, right? Because he was going saying against Torah.
I would
like
say
you, right?
that I would say that James had a problem with Paul. You know what I'm saying? That's clear in the New Testament. I think that James felt like Paul was going against the Torah or the commandments in a way, because I remember there's a story in the New Testament where he basically tests Paul and basically makes Paul
Mhm.
prove that he's not speaking against the Torah. You know what I'm saying? I believe he made him like what did he become, a Nazarite or something? I forget. I forget that. I can't really remember that story off the top of my head, but I'll probably bring it out one of these days. But yeah, even James tested Paul, because I put it like this. I teach that Paul, in my opinion, was put in the scriptures to be a stumbling block. Like I said, another test.
Right.
That's how I look at Paul's writings. I look at Paul as a stumbling
Exactly.
block, because the scriptures
Like
do talk
somebody is
about
gonna.
stumbling blocks to make you question things. Exactly. Oh, is he really talking
Yeah.
about this, or is he really talking about Gentiles and stuff like that, and blah blah blah, and
Yeah.
whatever the case may
It's
be,
kind
right?
of like right. It's kind of like where those that are gonna try to get away with sin, they're gonna run to his scriptures to be like, you said he said it this way, so then I could eat whatever I want to eat.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying? Like,
exactly, exactly. Like I said, he's put it in the scriptures to be a stumbling block. But at the end of the day, it's like, oh well, if you can eat whatever you want to eat, then why are people dying from diabetes? Why are people dying from
right,
cholesterol? Why are people dying from high blood pressure? Like it's already
right,
been proven that there are certain foods that we keep consuming that is not healthy for us, that is causing us to die at early ages. So
right,
obviously, everything is not okay, and you know, what I'm saying, just because society says it's okay, well, obviously, we actually see society don't give a fuck.
right,
Which also should baffle your mind about this whole vaccine thing, right? I find it funny that these people are trying to make this whole push for this vaccine. Oh, everybody needs to be vaccinated, as if all of a sudden they care about people's health. If they really
hmm,
cared about our health, there wouldn't be no fast food restaurants. There wouldn't be no liquor stores. They wouldn't be selling no pack of cigarettes at your convenience, all these convenient gas stations.
I could
If they
tell you how it
really,
would look though.
yeah, if they really cared about your health, why did they care about? Why would this whole vaccine is so important? Hmm.
I could tell you how if they did care for your health, how this world would look like,
Go
which
ahead.
would be how the Aztecs had ponds with herbs floating on them. Have you heard of that?
Nah.
You haven't heard that Aztecs had like a pond, and in the pond they had floating like little islands that had plants growing out of them, and because they were always over the water, they always had water to have them grow.
Hmm. I know they had aqueducts and stuff like that, but I think, a matter of fact, I think I know what you're talking about. I think I've seen pictures of it on the Florentine Codex. It looks like
Right.
some Indians at
And
a pond, and there looks like some flowers on it on the pond.
right. So that's like kind of like when these scriptures come out about diets, then and like the other day when Louis were talking about how the Israelites were vegan or vegetarian, it
Yeah.
reminds me of that they were mainly vegetarian people, that they would live up to hundreds easily years old. And I know this for a fact because we've been knowing our grand great grandfathers, like, oh, he died at 110, 120. You come out to this world and you hear, oh, now our people are, lucky to make it to the 60s, 70s years old, when like I know personally that it's a fact that when you're not really eating meat, um, from our people, 'cause we wouldn't eat meat every day. We were kind of like that Moses story, where it says that that you guys were going over with Louis, that what are we gonna do? How are we gonna feed these people when they had a flock of of
Yeah, their own
food. You know,
flaws.
like
Yeah.
yeah. So my dad would always tell this story, like, oh, when we were little, we would eat the bare minimum. Like we would eat soup uh, out of the beans, the little liquid that's left over from the beans, rice and corn, and that's it. Like they're like, whenever we would kill a chicken, it would be like if it's like for rare occasions, you know, like something celebrating something, and that's it. It wouldn't be a daily thing. So now you come out here, everyone got high cholesterol, barely making it to the you know halfway what they potentially could, you know, because I'm looking at it like I know for sure you could go up to 100 and still be strong, you know. You don't got something weighing you down like that meat. So I think that that's how it would look like. Basically, going back in time. You know how in Genesis it says, um, you know, I kind of gave them everything they needed, but they still wanted to build buildings. You know what I'm talking
Mhm.
about?
Yeah.
Like where, yeah, like the Most High is basically like I gave them everything, and here they go still corrupting themselves. So then he split them apart and split the languages because like together they just would always be on some demonic or whatever, however he's seen it. You know, why are you building something out of stone? You know, and always when he says that, you know, I give you everything you needed, every bearing fruit that bears seed, um, and that's all you needed. But as people, you know, like you get caught into the world, you want to be more than that.
Yeah.
When if you
Mhm.
go back to the old ways, then it would be like that's what he wanted in the first place.
Yeah. Like I said, I try to fast a lot all the time. Anyways, we have to skip meals because, like I said, man, all this food that we eat, man, is not really good for us. So I
Hmm.
try to fast a lot, man. At least miss a couple of meals a week. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not fasting, I try to at least miss some meals. And then if I do fast, I usually try to fast like 2 3 days. You know what I'm saying? And then if I want to do like, let's say, fasting for like 2 months, I'll try to fast like 2 3 days out of each week. You know what I'm saying? If that would be like my
Right,
goal, or whatever. Because we have to train our bodies for that type of situations, and just to miss meals and stuff. We shouldn't be eating three
right.
damn meals a day and snacks in between and stuff like that. That's just
And
crazy.
we're not even active. We're not even active, like to be burning off that many calories.
Exactly.
Like had we been like we had to go scavenge for this food and it took me the whole day and I got it back, then I could see you're burning calories, you're going out, you're having a hunt, whatever might be your situation, but you're at least being active to go get it. Now you drive to the McDonald's, you know, whatever everybody else does. And now you don't even have to leave, you know, they deliver it straight to you. Now you don't even have to burn any of those calories. So now imagine how that's gonna work out. Like it's just simple, you know, like when you go back to like you know how monks they don't eat at all,
Yeah.
and that proves you technically don't even need to eat. And like the scriptures say, you know, all you need is the word to like that's all you needed when the Israelites were complaining, you know, like it's like what else do you want? You know, like you don't even need to eat technically. You just need to be in like balance basically in your spirit. You know, like you can't just be hesitant to be quick to man. I missed that meat when we got out of Egypt. You know, you had it so easy that you have to miss meat. You know, same like today. Like it's like well, we don't have that privilege to like not be able to eat meat, and it's like the opposite. You know, you get what I'm saying? Don't let me just overtalk, man.
No, 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 no. While you were talking, you were bringing out a real powerful point. I was going to share a video for everybody to back it up. I want to show a video of this guy who doesn't eat or drink, and he's been doing this for years. Watch this. Yeah. I can see the screen. There we go. Let me make this. Oh man. I don't know why it does this, man.
Maybe that's why you're getting all them links. That like .org or something. They're like trying to slow you down or something.
Yeah, what is that? That's what I'm saying. You noticed that, right?
Right. I was like tripping out like, man.
The last three things. Yeah, what is that? What the hell is that? Vark tech stuff or var.org, whatever, bullcrap. Oh, you think that's what they're doing? Try to flag my video down or something?
I don't know. Maybe we're digging too deep.
That's crazy.
Still on?
Right?
Arturian people, Lydian people, and the Syrian people came to.
Hey guys, this is Anjana. Eleton calls me Angel, and I love connecting the right people and spread the awareness regarding health. So I met Eleton 4 months ago at a retreat, and since then we are in touch. And this time when he was coming, he contacted and we started arranging the seminars, the retreats, the talks. So here we are. Eleton, over to you with your life story.
Hi, my name is Elitom Elamine, and I'm a breatharian. And a breatharian is a person that can eat very little or none at all. Now, I grew up in Ohio, USA. And growing up in Ohio, USA, I grew up in a family where my mother made sure that we always had food within the household. She made sure so much that we had extra freezers, extra refrigerators, and we actually fed the whole neighborhood. So me growing up in this type of household, when I finally broke away and got my own family and got married, that idea too was in my head to always have enough food to feed your family. And I also bought extra freezers, extra refrigerators, because that was the idea, to always have food available. Now, as time went forth, I began to gain more and more weight, and I began to feel very bad. However, everybody in my reality, growing up in America, because it was encouraged to eat the 3 meals a day, however, it was the 5 meals a day and the big portions, that was commonplace where I grew up at. So, however, I began to gain more and more weight, really feel bad about myself. And then one day, as I had to go see the doctor, my blood pressure began to rise, and a whole lot of other things began to come into play. However, one day out of being desperate, I ran into a man who said, "Won't you just leave meats alone?" Now, at that time, being desperate and my health really feeling bad, I was willing on doing anything.
Hello?
Yeah, hold on. I gotta put the disclaimer. I
disclaimer?
gotta put that disclaimer on. Yeah, I can hear you. Well, you got something to say real quick?
No. I just heard a pause and I didn't know if my phone froze or something.
No, yeah. Sometimes I gotta put that copyright stuff on. That's why.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep going back and forth with that.
So I left the meats alone. And at that time, I didn't realize it, but that was the motivation to lead me into the pranic journey. By leaving those heavier foods alone. So not only I left the meats alone, I began to also put an exercise routine in my lifestyle. And then I began to learn more about holistic foods, being more vegan, learn more about live and raw foods. But then it got good. I started learning more about fasting. I started fasting once a week, and it started out for religious purposes. But as time went on, I started to learn about meditation. Now, learning about meditation, that gave me the knowledge to learn about the energy channels within the body. Now, there was a time I didn't know they existed or not. But as I went into the practice and began to focus on those different energy channels, I began to get a boost of energy. It began to better my health, give me more energy. And I didn't know it at the time, but I was already on a pranic journey. Because the pranic journey is a holistic health message. So as time went on, I went more into 80% live and raw foods. My meditation, I really stayed with it. And I was so proud of what I've done with my health. I got rid of all of that weight. I went from 180 pounds to 160 pounds, and I really felt good about myself. Then one day a young lady said to me, there's people who can live without eating. And I said, what? So I began to go check that information. Now, 19 years ago, because I've been on this path 19 years, they really didn't have that much information like today. But anyway, I did the best I can. I tried to find the most information I can. And what I found that there was a 21-day process at the time that was in circulation. However, I didn't have enough money to take 21 days off of work.
That's crazy, though. You heard him say 19 years he's been living this way, right? Barely eating,
Right.
basically not eating, right?
Mhm.
If he does, he eats very, very little type stuff, right? It's crazy. Hold on, let me put
And
the.
the monks doing it, so going back to the calories, like eating like that, you're good. You don't really need anything else. Or he also don't eat, right?
Huh?
He also don't eat. My bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what he said. He
Yeah.
basically he was doing fasting at first. That was like when he was younger, but then he said he heard from a lady that there are people who don't eat. You know what I'm saying? He's like, what?
Right.
So he said he started doing the research 19 years ago. So he's been doing this for like 19 years, basically not eating and not drinking and stuff like that. Like he's about to explain in a second.
So what do you think of that?
I just got married.
Of that? My bad. You gonna start?
What I think about what?
Oh, what do you think about the monks that don't eat? They are like meditating hard on spirit, basically, and
Yeah, that's
supposedly
basically
like
what this guy is gonna start talking about. That's basically how he does it. You know what I'm saying? He's basically saying that there's something that you can basically do spiritually or something like meditation wise that basically, you know what I'm saying, that takes over your body that you don't need food or drink. You know what I'm saying? Like he's gonna start getting into details about it.
okay, okay. No, I was just gonna ask if you knew about how they get transformed into light or something like that. This is their belief.
Oh, I don't
Have you heard
know.
about
I'm
that?
very sure he's probably. I don't know.
No.
It's probably. I'm very sure it's probably around the same thing that they probably believe around the same thing. Because if he's achieving it and they're achieving it, I'm very sure they must have the same recipe, right?
Right, right.
That's what I would think,
No,
right? But
yeah. No, I was just trying to see your 2 cents or what you thought of that. Like, you think that's far fetched or that's kind of deep, no?
I think things like that are possible. Like I said, when you fast, sometimes like when I started first fasting was hard, but that was years ago. But now I've been doing it for years. Now fasting to me is like nothing. You know, it's like all right, I can go days without eating. I can miss meals. I don't have to eat dinner every night or whatever the case may be. Like that's how sometimes I look at that as fasting sometimes. Like sometimes I'll skip eating dinner for like a week or something. You know what I'm saying? I'll just hey, in the mornings I'll eat my fruits for breakfast or whatever. Lunch I might eat like something for lunch, and then hey, you know what? I won't eat nothing at dinner. I'll just skip dinner. You know what I'm saying? Go to bed. I have to wake up at work early anyways. You know, get my day going again.
That's it. That's exactly how I've been seeing it, man.
You know,
Crazy.
so
But
I
go
think
ahead,
it's, yeah,
man.
it's like a journey. Yeah, it's like a journey. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, I can start getting rid of everything. I stopped. You know, I haven't eaten. I stopped eating pork over what 10 years ago. You know, stuff like
Yeah.
that, seafood and stuff. I haven't eaten seafood in over what 7, 8 years. You know what I'm saying? Since I've been in the truth. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Like you
Did the
know,
truth get you to eat like that?
I would say even before I came into the truth. That's what I'm saying. It's like I just knew, like I
Yeah.
said,
Yeah.
my spirit already guided me to the point. Because like I
Yeah.
said, I've only been in the truth for like what, not even 7 years, right? I've been there about
Mm.
7 years now. You know what I'm saying? But I stopped eating pork 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? That's 3 years
Right.
before I came into the truth. You know, I was just my spirit told me that this wasn't good. You know what I'm saying? It's not good for me. You know what I'm saying? It's
It's
not healthy
similar
food.
with me. No, go ahead.
Yeah, same thing with the seafood. You know what I'm saying? You know, I started eating certain seafoods, but then when I learned the truth, I really gave up a lot. Like I gave up my shrimp. I gave up. Uh,
Crab.
Before that, I gave up tilapia because I didn't. You know I did research that tilapia wasn't really that healthy for you. So that was probably one of the fishes I gave up before the truth. You know what I'm saying? But after the truth, I gave up even more. You know what I'm saying? I gave up my shrimp. I gave up the lobster, all that stuff, crab. You know all that.
So that's crazy. Cause what was that? What was that signal? Cause that's basically the same signal I was getting. You know, like I'm only I want to say like a year and a half into this. So this is how like I guess in the Bible it's called like a babe like into the truth. Like I'm still like learning. You know, but like same thing. Like me, it's been years since like I've been decided. Yeah, I'm done with pork. I'm done with shrimp. And then, like you said, once I came to choose, same thing. I was like, I'm gonna drop the rest. It's cool. Don't have to deal with it. So, like, that's like preparing. Something's like preparing you in a way. Because, like, right now, the fasting is like you're even getting a state of mind that, hey, I'm cool. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So then you do
Same,
believe that
same
he's
thing.
coming
The
back.
same. Yeah, and the same aspect with food is not just food. It's like with all different type of aspects. You know what I'm saying? Like people who have tendencies of like lying or something or stealing.
Hmm.
You know, it's stages to it. You know what I'm saying? You could be a pathological
Right.
liar, then but then you have people who tell what you call white lies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not as serious as a pathological liar, but it's still serious because it's still lying. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's not a harmful lie, there's different levels to all these all these different paths that you got to take, and we all got to get better. You know what I'm saying? We got to
Yeah.
stop the lies, live truthful. If you steal, stop stealing. You know what I'm saying? Whether you steal a lot and you just stealing a lot to just I just took a loaf of bread or whatever. Well, at least you're doing better, but you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Stop even taking that loaf of bread, you know what I'm saying? Just get better and better in your
Hmm.
journey. I think like I said, the older you get, the wiser you get, you realize these things. And that's why we have to train our youth, our children better because,
Hmm.
a lot of the things that are wrong with today is because no one's guiding our children the right way.
Or our
Change.
people.
Yeah. Hmm.
That's it's kind of like.
And then I'll tell you too, it's been getting a lot of better. I'll tell you that much. Like people keep talking about the Americas and how bad it is. It's like not really, man. It's like I see improvements. You know what I'm saying? Compared to the 70s, 80s, 90s. If you really think about it, as especially in the cities, things have gotten a lot better, man. Because I remember growing up in New York in the 80s and 90s and shit. That shit was fucking horrible. You know what I'm saying? But now when you look at it, when I remember growing up in my teenage world, when I was a young man, and like in the 2000s and 2010s, New York is a lot better. It's cleaner, less crime. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these cities are improving in a lot of certain ways. You know what I'm saying? But you know,
Yeah, I definitely agree with you to some point, but I don't even say like that I have anything to disagree with you on that. It's just more like I thought about that too, and then at times I do then think about like the Native Americans, like pipeline, that things to this day we know that hey, it's not over though, like there is still something out there, you know, after
Oh,
our
shit.
people
Somebody cut
misguiding
me
us.
off. Damn, I didn't even
You
realize this
gotta
damn
you gotta
12
open the
o'clock.
presents though or what?
Huh? No, I didn't even
No,
realize it was
like
12
you gotta
o'clock, bro. I didn't even realize it was this late. I didn't even realize I was on for 4 hours already. Let me play this video real quick, and then I'm gonna probably call
okay,
it
my
a
bad.
night. Then I thought I'd call it a night.
We just bought a house, so we're gaining my confidence that I could pull this off since I didn't have enough money to go out of the country for 21 days, is that the improvements I've already made on my health. I was already living a life of 80% live and raw. I was already in the fasting once a week. I was already meditating constantly, and I was already exercising. So I seen all of these health improvements. Now again, I didn't know this was the pranic journey already. That's why I teach people on this type of level. First, you gotta learn how to eat. First, you gotta put exercise into your life, fasting and so forth, and meditation, because that's the foundation of living on prana. So anyway, when I found out about it, and I started to study as much as I can, I went into food freedom. Now, what I learned was the physical body was easy to get into a food-free state. But the problem was the accumulated habits that I've done throughout the years of eating. And food is all around you. And my son just did a real good research on food and its association with drug addiction. Your body does give off reward centers of oxytocin, dopamine. And when you're dealing with foods that you love and you've created this habit, this is what the human being is up against. So anyway, I went on to the pranic levels, and there's many different levels and degrees. So I learned how to eat once a day. I learned how to eat every 3 days. So I understood that as I kept learning more and more and more about being on this path, because keep in mind, you cannot really tell an experience. You have to go through the experience to learn about it. So as I was going through this experience, this is what makes me such a good, credible teacher today, is because I took myself to engage this experience. So being with my son as he was growing up, I decided to eat once every other weekend to maintain our relationship, because that's my son that I've created. But
You got a fan in the chat, I think.
You said who?
You got a fan in the chat.
Who?
I don't know, somebody saying what's up, man.
Oh, yes, Yehuda. It was the guy that cowered out last time. They were telling him to come on, but he was being a coward. He can't even back up what a mamzer is. Like I told them, I'll give him $1,000 to pull up one scripture showing a mixed person being called a mamzer, but he can't do it because he hates scripture. These Canaanites hate the scripture.
Just testing the spirit, huh? They're just testing the spirit. Bigger.
also, I've already broke the rules of what they said that was normal on how you should eat and how much calories you need and so forth. Now,
The Arturian people, Lydian people, and the Syrian people came to this world to.
a lot of people mistake this for binge eating, but this is not binge eating at all. Because keep in mind, I said meditation is the foundation, and I've been meditating for years. In other words, I've been meditating so much that actually living on prana is a walking meditation. I'm meditating right now. I'm meditating every day. Because the more you can hold the light into your body, hold that frequency, that vibration, you don't need to keep jumping back to physical foods. So that's the person's problem. You got to get used to this new vibration. So anyway, as I've been on this path, I've gotten stronger and stronger to where as my son got grown, I didn't need to eat every other weekend right now. So right now, I don't eat no food at all, and I don't do liquids also. Because that's just another frequency or vibration. And the reason being is because this experience that I'm having is an exploration of consciousness. I already know what it feels like to eat. You understand? So therefore, to explore this consciousness, most people just look at it as being in their head. But your consciousness is your physical body. I am what I think. So therefore, I have robust health. Health is the thing that you know that you have accumulated more prana. There is no in between. And then your external environment. This is my imagination that I'm living in. So when I tell people that I'm living a life, living in heaven, I'm living a life with no problems, there's no blockages. Because I've let the lower vibration of light alone, that's what food is, it's the lower vibration of light. But there's what you call UV light. UV means ultraviolet. Ultra means above or beyond the visible light. So I'm being sustained by those invisible forces that's in the air, that's in the solar power. You understand that the eyes cannot see. But by opening up your energy channel, your body is already connected with it. So again, I have taken my mission to go around the world to educate people. Not only that it is a exist, but also to be an example, but also show them and take them into the practices to open up their energy channels in their body. Everybody has them. You are an energy being, and that's all you work with. And the more you can get to understanding to work with yourself, you will grow and get stronger energetically. You will grow health-wise. Your sleep will decrease. You will have a happier and healthier life. And right now, this is needed for humanity. So again, I do take myself as an example, and there's other planet beings that's coming out more and more. And you don't need to go to information about people who's already dead. Today, you have the most information that's ever been out there on a human being to make this transition to work more with the light. Even medical science is backing this up. They're showing you medical benefits of the sun, medical benefits of breathing, medical benefits of exercising, medical benefits of fasting. You put all of this together, you will grow energetically into this new paradigm shift. And you can eat very little or none at all because we're energy beings by our nature. Now, I hope I told a lot. And like again, being on this path is the best life I ever lived.
There you have it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna say shalom, everyone, because like I said, it's already getting late. It's already past 12 something. Already about 4 hours. I'll probably be on. What day is it today? Friday, probably Sunday or Monday. I'll probably come back on. I'm off for like the next 10, 12 days or something like that. So I'll probably be on every other day or something.
All right, man.
Shalom.
All right, man. Shalom.